I just got this
I
random
suspect.
text saying I'm in the top 7% of Democrats. What the fuck does that even mean?
I
That
don't
is a
know.
that is a valid question.
What the fuck? Like
What
top
is what
7% of donators? Is that what you mean? But you didn't say donators. You just said Democrats. Like
As
what?
someone who actively avoids any political side whatsoever, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Fuck, man. I don't. It said like, oh, you're in the top 7% of Democrats donate. Like, I feel like there's some context missing here. What the
If
hell does
you're
that
in the
mean?
top 7, that's pretty fucking sad for everyone else in there.
I don't know what the context is. Yes, I'm a Democrat, but what the fuck? How, huh?
If you're in the top 7%, you must be giving them a lot of money, bro.
I
Oh,
gave
why
him
are you
10
not a
bucks.
politician?
Yeah, you give them a lot of money.
Ouch.
10 fucking bucks, bro.
They're really fucking sweating you for another $10 there with that fucking compliment.
I mean, seriously, if you're in the top 7, shouldn't you be a fucking
That's
politician?
kind of funny.
that is pretty fucking funny.
Top 7%.
There are people who give their fucking their days to trying to progress the democratic movement, and yet my 10 bucks. I done my part. 10 bucks.
Last session was only about a couple days of the beginning of the 10-day span and a little bit of retcon for Liam and Sarek. So there's about 8 days until, based upon player information and what little character information you guys have, we're gonna have, the war basically begin in game. Um, Beginning of the last session, we did some retcon and caught up with Liam, who was spending some time in the 5-day chunk prior, crafting a poison and then beginning to work on a healing potion. Sarek spends time um legend lore and connects to the scimitar that he stole, quote unquote, from Orcafor when he procured stuff many weeks ago out of game, but only a few days ago in game. He also convenes with Eros and learns about the magical dance, the performance that he needs to do to bond with Kelrir. And Eros, they spend this is a good chunk of these 2 days that I mentioned, uh, going through the dance and understanding the movements and things like that. Oh,
Speaking of,
welcome.
Welcome back. Pick
We
up the devil, my man.
were barely starting the recap. So we got to the point. No, not yet. Well, sort of. We just got to the point about you learning the dance. And how he used his investigatory skills to kind of like help prep him to do better with the dance, and bond with the great ape Kilrear. And thankfully, he had the Ruby platform kind of thing to help show you where to go, kind of thing. You could have done it without the Ruby platform, but like there's actual footprints in the Ruby platform that like show you sort of.
like good
So it
fucking
makes
luck.
yeah, like
Yeah.
so like the DC is I think a lot higher if you didn't have the Ruby. Nevertheless,
20 plus, at least.
yeah, he uses his magic to send to Kelrear, stating, "You have broken free. We should become more together." And this primordial beast, or whatever Kelrear is, kind of acknowledges, and kind of his head sort of screws off, and he allows Sarek to bond and enter the cockpit, and begin to pilot the beast. This definitely is I didn't quite expect you guys to take Kelrear the way you did, so I kind of expected sort of that to happen, but you guys got another thing from the dwarves a lot earlier than I originally anticipated. I thought you guys would have already gone to the Testadine place by this point and awoken the one they got.
Seth, when
Hey.
have we ever done anything you expected?
I know. So I'm just
Did we ever
reminding
do
you
that?
that one is still there. Is kind of what I'm doing. But nevertheless, um, Sarek then begins to lay some plans with the others and the queen, and is able to have the queen arrange with her resources to get some precious gemstones, to allow him to summon a few elementals, to help dig some of the defenses and also to help forge, uh, spears and things like that that people would need for the upcoming battle. Eros is also able to get the demon summoning that was planned with her father situated, but Cerulean, he's not very smart. So I'm just gonna say that. Um, he understands how to summon a demon. He didn't understand the steps he needed to do in order to summon a demon and actually make it useful as quote unquote fuel for the upgrading of your primordial construct things. Um, so but he did summon demons, so he can do that in the near future. He doesn't, and he's not. By this point, narratively, I've kind of reasoned that um he's a high level, but he's not he hasn't got some of the access to some of that crazy shit yet. I think his highest level spells are like 6. And he's a
way
bard.
higher
So.
than me.
Yeah, but you're a multi-class. But like to get some of those things with like planar binding and things like that.
An Animal Crossing villager.
Yeah. Uh but nonetheless, had a, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, we had a brief conversation in and out of character. It was mostly out of character, I felt, but trying to talk about like how you want to use hit and run tactics, understanding how you are vastly outnumbered right now, with the availability of capable fighters, quote unquote. Like you have some constructs, and Strike is building some catapults, and he's been very successful with that. With the people they're obviously are tradespeople, the Lapidar, and they are good at crafting things and stuff like that. So that's not the issue. It's just they're not really fighters. Like there are fighters in their culture, but it's like 1 in 100. It's not something that's a common thing in the Lapid world.
And Strike is a monster not all by himself.
Yeah. There's discussion of like digging pits, laying some spikes, making some tunnels to allow for ambushes, to assist others and confuse the dwarves along the way. And there was a side discussion that turned into a longer discussion after the game about like souls that we got into for a while. And then we kind of ended on a loose note of, Eros wants to use the teleport powers you guys have used in the past to go to a place that has maybe some better resources than what the Lapids currently have without you guys having to go to the City of Salt and dealing with that drama. You're more than welcome to if you want. To basically go those things. So that's one of the reasons why I copied some characters into this game for some of those people that are obviously things we're going to interact with from previous campaigns. We haven't done this in quite a few sessions. I think this was before Nova joined us the last time this kind of happened.
Yes.
But nonetheless, they have made a connection with a wizard from a faraway land when they traded in. Basically, it was really hard for them to find, if you know what a gorgon is, those metallic,
Yeah.
bull monsters. They fought like a herd of them, like quite a few of them,
Oh shit.
a few levels back, and the gorgon had mutated into being able to reproduce, because of the Trask and things like that. So they try to do some research, but they have conflict in the City of Salt. So one of their previous players had connections backstory wise to where a big part of the elf empire is, but it's also where the dragon riders live. So we teleported back there. And the Dragon Rider campaign was the previous campaign that Lust, Greed, and Brandon played in with me before we did this one. So their characters were part of that whole thing. So we've discussed kind of, and I think some inspiration was spent too, to kind of bring some of those characters back, at least to give us some connections that you've yet to establish. Like there are other places I think in the Animaesus lands you guys could go to definitely like still get resources beyond the teleport. Like you could go northwest to the giant city of the halfmen or the halfling. You could go north and go to a different dwarven kingdom other than the dwarves you were fighting, and there's places like that. You could go southeast and go to the Coleoptid lands and deal with the smell of shit everywhere. And potentially you still could go south to where the Testudine are, as you can see on this map you're on. Like, there's people generally know that's where they are, but there's not a lot of like the Testudine don't actively trade, so to speak. That doesn't mean they don't have ancient things because they were the people that ruled the area that was the City of Salt before the Beast came, kind of thing. So, nevertheless, options are sort of there for you, but I sort of planned for everything because yeah, it's a level 8. It's a
Yeah,
it's a tier 4 game, and you guys can do kind of anything at the snap of a finger. So
Yeah.
Giving us options, but the funniest one is to just go to the academy.
I
yeah,
noticed.
let's do
I
that.
noticed. I noticed. Nevertheless, so
I want to
um
fight a fucking dragon.
with that information in mind, I think I want to just reiterate for myself and also for you guys, kind of what I want to finish your prep of what's left of these 8 days that you guys have to of downtime before the incoming battle, including any role play and stuff that comes along with those things, including any upgrading and things you want to do of weapons or gear or whatnot. And then if we get to the point where the battle is impending, I'm going to pause and say, hey, we're either going to dig deeper into some role play if it's really early. You guys surprise me every time, you know. Like last session, like it was like 2 hours, and we only did like the first two things I had planned, and I had 7 things planned, and I was like, okay, you know, it happens.
We just gotta do it sometimes.
It is somebody these.
It is. But those first two things kind of changed some of the other things, but nevertheless. So what do we want to, I guess, start with? You guys have a lot of control of the narrative right now, during the downtime stuff. So, yeah, what do you want to do?
I mean, if it's not too, if anyone else has like anything that they feel is more pressing, we could jump to that first. But Eros, would totally, go up to Sarek and would ask
I'm on the
him,
last page of my notebook.
and oh no, your notebook, and would ask him, "Hey, so can I share you a memory of a teleportation circle so that you could teleport me and anyone else who wants to come along to this super cool magical place that has a dragon to see if we could get things from them, please?"
Yeah, that's easy. I just need the runes. So yeah, I can just do that.
I remember it.
Okay.
And I'll spend I will spend a side eye so that we are telepathically linked. Technically for 4 hours.
He stares just completely unblinkingly into your eyes the whole time.
She will stare unblinkingly back into your eyes.
Does Eric even need to blink?
No.
I don't know.
He's on-
Probably not.
Perfect.
No.
Eros, you're eventually gonna lose. I'm sorry.
Well, well, she tried. She tried her hardest. But while having
You don't know if Sarek is conscious.
he might be
With eyes
sleeping with
open.
his eyes open, but he's not
He
exactly
looks the same when he's
breathing.
sleeping, so you can't really tell.
You can't really
What?
tell.
what
Like
is he?
you've noticed by this point that Sarek doesn't breathe often.
He
If
only
he
breathes
does.
usually when
She
he's
has-
smoking.
Come on, she has a passive 32 wisdom. She's already long since noticed. She's
Oh yeah. Like he only inhales when he's smoking. This is the only time he actually inhales air. The rest of the time he just sits there.
It's like, and chewing looks like to be an afterthought. Like,
Yes.
but yeah, she shares with you
I love it.
the memory of the stray kennel wizard that she picked up in nearby a dog
Oh
town,
yeah,
and
yeah,
uh
yeah,
shows
yeah.
the the very room that they were teleported to, and the runes.
Literally, they found a wizard almost as powerful as you from another land, a human, that was in a kennel.
Oh yeah.
He was
What Dark
literally in a
Souls ass
kennel.
shit.
Oh yeah, or Stray.
And it was the dog people, like the Sinus, the dog people, like pugs and pit bulls and things like that. You know, they put him in a kennel and they kind of freed him. Sort of. It was such an awkward scene,
We all just called him
Yeah.
Stray.
and it wasn't my idea.
The man just
Oh,
said he
It
was
just
in a cage or something.
he just said he was in a cage, and I was just like, okay, let's roll
Oh,
with it. I was like, they find you outside this building. Where are you? I'm in a cage, and we're like, okay.
Yeah,
We
there.
just rolled.
in
Nevertheless,
a cage.
his name is Alexander. I think you, as Sarek, with your connections in the 11th house, you would know loosely his name. He's a wayward wizard of the forest that's been here for a few years. He's enough for the 11th house and other wizards to pay attention to. Like
The Stray turned lobotomy patient.
yeah, he's a pretty powerful, but most of the people after a few months were like, well, he's sleeping with the dogs, so they just kind of left him alone. Like no, they weren't sure what he was doing. Like his plans weren't very obvious, but like the also point I'm trying to make, wizards are rare in the world in general, like kind of thing to have someone that can cast teleport, and things like that to just, nevertheless, Sarek would also make the obvious connection, I think, by this point about the 11th house and how the current Binder Lord is an elf, and how Alexander, this teleport circle leads you to the elf empire on the other side of the world, like these sigils do. Like it's like I don't know if Sarek necessarily expected something that would be that long distance, kind of thing.
I'm not sure I've ever been this far. Done some sailing, done some other shit. Huh. Where the fuck is this?
I think he said it was the Dragon Rider Academy.
Oh.
Which, if you have a history at all, you would know the name. Like this, like if you have
Yeah,
Did you go to school?
like any. Do you have any
You read a
plus?
book?
Okay, do you have a plus in intelligence? There you go. If you don't have a modifier in intelligence, you may not have heard the Dragon Rider Academy, which is fine.
Mm.
But if anyone has a plus in intelligence, it's a relatively common thing that people talk about.
Yeah.
Just because the Dragon Rider Academy is. I'm gonna switch. You guys are on that map. Sweet. The Dragon Rider Academy
I
is
don't have a plus, but I heard of it
explicit.
when I got back.
Yeah, it's explicitly connected to the city of Drome, which is a competitor, sort of, I guess you want to say, is one way to put it. Like at least commerce speaking to the city of Salt. It's not as big as the city of Salt, but it's one of the only cities on this continent. any of these other named places, most of them at best are like large towns. Like they're pretty small stuff.
What about the Dwarven stronghold though?
The Dwarven stronghold is, I'd say it's a big area that they take over, but I don't think there's a lot of dwarves that I've never thought it. I think it's like they're still like a town if the number of people are there. Like they have it's like, think of something when the Dwarven Empire was huge 1,000 years ago. This was probably the biggest city here, kind of thing. Like it used to be a city, but it's not really. Like there's not enough people. Like there's probably swaths of like tunnels and stuff that are abandoned because there's just no one to live there.
Cool.
Kind of thing. There's a couple other dwarven strongholds to the south, but I don't think your characters would know about those things. Nevertheless,
What kind of academy is it again? Like, is it just like dragon riding?
the dragon riders are what's left of a elite force that the Dwarven Empire created to oppose the Elven Empire before the war ended about 700 years ago. Between those two empires, it was like the elves were dealing into getting some pretty crazy fucking magic, and they had airships and things like that. And the dwarves needed something to kind of keep up, so they made this deal with a couple key dragon leaders, and were able to arrange this kind of bond process. It's a template that like character terms. Like if you become a dragon raider, you gain the equivalent of like 5 feats, like that are specific things related to dragon raiding. And ability score increases and things like that. And the bond to your dragon is a telepathic bond that, as long as you're on the same plane of existence, you guys can speak to each other and communicate with each other between you and the dragon. And the process to bond the dragon, it's relatively easy to bond the dragon, but the writer has to raise the dragon, at least in some capacity. They have to be there when the dragon's young and an egg or barely just hatched. Otherwise, the bond usually doesn't take. And when either one of them dies, this is, stuff that I think Sarek would definitely know. When either one of them dies, like the bond, when it's separated, it nearly kills the other. Sometimes it does. Um, and the dragon itself, as the dragon gets older, because of the bond, is more than an average dragon, like in Monster Manual or whatever. They become a unique creature that Wildebrand is his own character now. That's one of the examples that you are going to meet today. He's stronger than the average young adult. I mean, young. Is it young? Yeah, young.
He's young,
like,
right? We were talking about it last week. I don't know what the
like
timeline is.
he's a little older. He's a little older now. And I want to modify his sheet a little bit later, but nevertheless,
What is
he's
the
not an
timeline?
adult.
I got some funny plans I'm gonna type you right
Yeah.
now.
Well, I generally I stick to the traditional. Dragons don't reach adulthood until about their 100, and Wildebrand's like 20.
Yeah.
He's a teenager still.
Yeah, I got him when I was a young lad.
Yeah,
The
the
young
last
strapping lad.
campaign we did this whole like egg recovery and process and stuff that they went through to kind of raise them. That doesn't mean you can't ride a dragon if you're not bounded to a dragon. You have a connection to a dragon. It's a different thing, I guess. So we can definitely go to that scene. Does anyone want to establish anything here in the Lapid lands before we jump?
I'm getting my shit set up. I got my big Zorns. I got my fucking salamander. I'm getting this shit going. Also, I want to do my big rune, my big symbol spell. I want to draw my big rune.
Yeah,
I got my
draw that big-
catapults, I got my militia, I'm good.
I got stuff I need to sell. I guess the moment I hear magic
Oh,
and
dear God.
Dragonlands, and the fact that, well, I think
Yeah.
Wave Mart headquarters is based back over there, might accidentally meet the founders of what I'm peddling. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Eros would also, at you agreeing, Sarek, Eros would say to Strike, "Hey Strike, since you didn't get to see BBD, do you want to go see another dragon?"
I would love to be a dragon. I want to fight a dragon.
I don't think you should fight the dragon. I think the dragon's master would be pretty pissed.
Okay. Maybe.
Well, I mean, once Sarek is ready, we'll go.
Oh yeah, okay.
No rush. I mean,
Sure. One sec. You see him. You just fully just take the smoke break. He doesn't even do anything important. I'm just making sure. I just have everything set up before I leave. Basically, like giving the proper orders to the big Zorn, and also, paying the salamander, 100 gold, and being like, hey, dude, it'll be chill. Don't worry. And getting him working on making weapons and stuff.
Okay, what do you want
I'm
to your
casting. I'm casting teleportation circle also just to do it. I don't even need to cast teleport.
what are you telling the Zorn?
I'm telling the Zorn basically to they're going to be creating the network of tunnels, and also one of them is going to be focused specifically on like tunnel burrowing, and the other one is going to be focused on gathering metals and like materials.
Mhm. Okay.
every time you say Zorn, I just immediately start thinking of the Zords from Power Rangers.
I think about I think about Germa.
For some reason, I think it was not the immortal.
Okay, and then well, the symbol thing can probably wait until we come
Yeah,
back.
that can wait for a while.
Okay, and then like it's sort of it's presumed you guys are doing some of that montage training kind of in the background as we go through this, but all right, and then
It's a motherfucking montage!
okay, Liam, you said you had some stuff you wanted to sell. Do you want to sell it? Try to sell it here in the Lapid Lands, or do you want to try to sell it and go with people
Nope.
in the Dragon Rider?
Dragon Riders is more
Okay.
established to be.
Okay. And then, all right, cool. So, this is
Shit.
okay. I imagine this to draw this teleport circle to find a place where you can actually put the chalk down in this grass and dirty area. You guys have to go somewhere down in the tunnels of the hiking's house. Find some stone wet, dry enough, and take the few moments that it does to go through that idea. The sigils burn with different colors as they connect, and then I imagine a uh, you know portal mouth kind of opens like water in the stone, and you see, for those of you that haven't, and also as a reminder for those of you who have, you see the Dragon Rider um Academy. I imagine you're going into this room that is this large atrium area that almost looks like the mix between like a courtroom or even a giant meeting hall of some sorts. These huge pillars, dragon iconography, wings, heads, claws all over them. And this room, an expanse that, a dragon that has a 50-foot wingspan could comfortably come in here and land and there's seats and areas and kind of pedestals in this meeting room area um, that are obviously designed for that very purpose, for something large like a dragon to come and curl up and be part of the conversation. For those of you that have never been to quote unquote what you guys would call the Eastern world, this is very strange. Dragons are few and far between in the Western world. Literally, the few dragons that exist in the Western world are ones you guys have met during this campaign, that have come here from other lands, basically. So, it's a rare thing to see, and there are not a huge amount of people for how big this building is. You guys would, I think, in some ways expect more people to be mulling about. But there is a servant or two probably around the hall taking care, dusting, doing something to that effect. And there are obviously torches and stuff lit, and it's obviously been swept relatively recently. It is maintained, but this once you go through the portal and probably look around, you would see that this atrium opens up and is the equivalent of being about 50 to 80 feet in the air. There's obviously a floor beneath you. That's a large canopied area that's maybe just as big as this one. The architecture is it's hard not to in this world to not see something that the dwarves haven't had their hand in the last 1,000 years. So there is obviously some dwarven elements, but the fixtures of the arches and the pillars and the way things are just sanded off and brushed together, whatever it is, there's an elegance there that is different. And those of you that would really pay attention and have the high perceptions like Eros, there's an obvious like point where you can see claw has been part of this, breath has been part of this, like things have been burnt and molded. Like this is one of the few places in the world where dragons built something, a structure, rather than just taking something that already kind of existed. This place in Droln are like the two places that kind of have the element, and Droln is very minor compared to the Dragon Rider Academy, kind of thing. Like literally, some of these pillars look like maybe they are just after 100 years distorted ice. That an ice dragon crafted and just had the element to kind of stay there and kind of things like that. And the sun is going down on this point. It was like, getting your guys's next kind of day things. The time difference is definitely felt upon you very quick. And there's a couple roars, a couple flaps of wings. Obviously more dragons than you've ever thought could exist in one place. And I imagine after a few moments, you would be greeted by one of the servants, more than likely a human of sorts based upon recent political events. And the they would take your names. It's obvious they're not surprised by people arriving in this teleportation circle. Whereas like people that come from the Western world come from the like teleportation circles are usually something secret that someone's trying to use to It's obvious this is like a mainstay of their culture, to have these, random appearances kind of thing. And they take your names and like where you're from, and they are gone for a few minutes to go gather Alec, more than likely, who is kind of headmaster by this point of the Dragon Rider Academy. And Alec is more than likely in his library, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, more than likely in his library. So, um, which is, if I remember correctly, like upstairs. So you guys are waiting for like a good 20 minutes. Like this is a huge castle. There is not a castle. There's not a building that exists where you guys are from in the Western world that is as big as this one singular building. It's just enormous. So in that 20-30 minutes of wait time while Alex going, is there anything you guys would like to do?
Wow.
Uh,
It's so big.
This place is beautiful.
Pretty cool
Liam would
here,
have
yeah.
wanted the name of the servant, studied his face and whatnot, or her. Don't want to presume.
You want the name of the servant?
Yeah.
Okay. Going to name generator.
Forgot how
Just
so
add to my
open.
collection.
All right. So, um, hmm,
Sandy.
Sandy.
Sandy Zamek, sure. Sandy
Sandy
Zamek. And Sandy looks like they're probably someone more akin to a uh darker Middle Eastern descent, with where they're from. And not something you guys see from where you guys are from. The humans you see from where you guys are from are kind of European, that are immigrants from the last 20 years since Cloud Monroe fell. So the Sandy greets and says, "Well met, Liam," and she goes, grabs Alec. I feel in the near future you're gonna steal her face.
Oh,
Not like literally, like, you're
Oh
gonna
no,
do
not
like,
literally. Slowly cut it up and just put it on my face.
yeah, you could do that.
Face palm.
I was just thinking like disguise self, kind of stuff, but
I don't know what kind of chicanery you guys get up to, but Alec
Chicanery.
definitely comes down at some point.
Alec.
Down.
Alec. Alec.
I come down and I am like, "Hello, my name is Alec Tith. Welcome to." Oh, it's you.
hi,
Hi.
Abstract.
I brought new friends.
Did you send me? Did you send him a message or something that you
No.
would be coming here?
No.
No.
Okay. Well, he just kind of like. Oh,
So
actually,
you-
I don't think he would remember who you are. He's got so much shit going on.
when you say "oh, it's you," Sandy blushes a little bit and she takes 3 steps back and is trying to escape the room.
You seem familiar to me. I believe you came here at some point.
Yes, so that we could have you extract a Gorgon dick off of
Oh, the
Gorgon.
penis. Oh,
You're the
right.
guy who made Dick the River.
Yeah.
Well, no, Solus made Dick the Ripper. He just cut it off for us so that we could make.
Oh, why'd you agree to that, by the way?
I agree to a lot of strange things. If you have ever been to this country and met the people that I associate myself with, weird things tend to happen around here. Anyway, my name is Alec Tith. This is the Dragon Rider Academy. Was there something particular that we could help you with? I see that you found the teleportation circle.
Yeah.
Good.
Your office looked extremely magical. do you
Yes.
happen to have magical things to sell? Specifically, things that explode. I need.
Something
Oh.
that makes claws stronger.
Alright. He like looks over and
Sandy's almost out of the room.
I do, but for God damn it. I do, but for the sake of interim and not giving you weapons of mass destruction, what is it that you plan on using these explosions for?
Oh, we're gonna
Wolves.
fuck up some dwarves.
Yeah, we gotta kill them all, and we
That is
probably gotta
also
eat them.
not a sentence I wanted to hear in these lands.
To Alec, every dwarf he's ever met is a sensible person
Yeah.
that has helped him do many good things.
All right.
Dwarves in this part of the world are nothing like the dwarves that they're obviously talking about.
Now in this country, they're like, I'm blowing up
Or
elves.
they don't think sensibility is good and they're going to murder sensibility.
Yeah. Now if you were like, oh, we're gonna go blow up some elves, Alec would probably be like,
Alec
yeah.
would be like, "Fuck yeah!"
Alec would be like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But dwarves, why ever would you want to blow up dwarves? They are...
Because they're invading our rabbit friends. That's why.
They're about to slaughter a bunch of cute little rabbits.
Oh,
You might question rabbit friends, but there's a badger man talking to you. So.
yes. Oh, hello.
There are rumors in this part of the world by this point, but no one. There have been very few that have ever been met of Animaesus.
Oh, are you telling me that? Oh, this is fascinating. I think he's like looking at Strike specifically, like. So.
What?
You
Do I have something
say-
between my teeth?
No. Yes. There's many things.
That's
Non
hilarious.
sequitur question. Where's the closest wave mod?
What?
You know, there's one west of here.
The nearest wave mart is far from here. That adventurous creature is not allowed on these grounds anymore after he lost his hands.
Lost his hands? Hey, I know a
Alright.
guy who lost his hands too. He's dead.
Hey, I lost my hands.
I
Not
know
you.
two people who
Not
lost
As he
their hands.
takes a drag with the cigarette and still obviously has hands.
That's two wizards.
I got
Wait,
better.
Was this guy who lost his hand also a wizard?
Yes, he was.
Yes.
He was flying around and shit.
I've known of three wizards who all lost their hands at some given point in time. That's incredible. I'm gonna skip past all the boring shit, and she establishes a telepathic link in Alec's mind and just starts vomiting visual exposition of why she needs bombs to fuck up some dwarves.
He seems unfazed but confused.
I think the only thing that maybe not a phase, the thing that would make you pause is this idea that there's more than one of these cache things. That like they actually do exist. Like that there are these things that and like the imagery of Kelreer and the eagle. Because you guys would have seen the eagle by this point overhead, flying around. At the least. Like those two pieces of imagery are as well as like well, Eros wasn't there, never mind. But yeah. Like these are unknown things to you. Like this is the strangest thing you've ever seen.
Well, it seems that we have much to speak about, and I have many volumes to pour through over in a library. Let me take you in the directions of which you're needing. No, there is not a wave mart here. There is one east, far from here. Probably in the human kingdom somewhere. Milo is very, he's very ambitious when it comes to his sales pitches.
Yeah, he have the
Yes.
dribble. He has me pitch.
Well, I didn't hear the dribble he has you pitch. I helped him write the dribble you pitch, probably. Something about...
So that means you're a shareholder.
Yes. Yeah, he looks over and like...
Oh, I didn't think I was speaking to a director and officer.
I think I have a 3% plaque laying around here somewhere. Yes. It was. I remember when Waveler came and said something about establishing something, and we didn't like him. So that is a story for another time. Let me take you upstairs real quick, but I must warn you, we must be very quiet.
At this point in time, you can
Hi.
hear thundering steps and the sound, and you hear Horgonoth's voice saying, "Fuck you, Wildebrand, take that!" And then all of a sudden,
Oh no! Oh my God!
Horg,
Are you fighting
Horg,
Wildebrand right now?
Horg is
This
being
goes
chased by
perfectly with what I had
Wildebrand
planned.
as Horg is like carrying a pile of shit in his arms and is flinging it at Wildebrand.
Okay, we need to pause and do some visual description. I think of some of these characters.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Like,
I agree
because
that
there's
we
been
should
a,
do some visible description of what is
like,
going
okay.
on.
So, like, if it's been a while since some of you, even like characters like Eros and stuff, have had a chance to like describe themselves, if they want to, they can take it. But to give some context to Wilderbrand, Wilderbrand is a white dragon about the size of a Volkswagen. That is flying, tumbling with the noise equivalent of like a very large, angry velociraptor meets bulldog.
He was small for a white dragon, right? What kind of
And he was
Volkswagen? Like a
small.
Jetta? Like a Jetta, probably. He's pretty
Yeah,
small.
he's
Yeah.
pretty small.
He was small
But
for a white dragon.
he's obvious like and for those of you, like I think all of your characters have heard of White Dragon, but this is the first time you've ever seen a White Dragon. Most of you probably have. This idea of like because Animaesus, it's not very cold there, so you're not going to see a White Dragon usually. But tumbling down, and he he sees this group of other things like in this room that Horgonoth's running to, and I think a piece of shit hits him right in the nose mouth area as he stops to look, and he's like, "Oh, God, this big dragon's just spewing it out and trying to like." He takes one of his paws and is like trying to like snot out the shit that's now in his nostril, but he still has like one eye as he looks at like this group of people that are here in this room. But I think in context of that, Horgonoth, what is Horgonoth? What does Sherrick and the others see? Because I think Nova has never met Horgonoth. I think before.
Nope.
I haven't met any of these fucking people.
Who the fuck are you people?
Same with me.
Oh,
You
you,
know
oh, you
nothing.
don't even know what Alec looks like? Damn.
Yeah, so
bro.
we'll go to Alec. We'll go to Alec next.
So Horgonoth at this point, because it's been 20 years, I'm pretty sure I updated. Because it's been 20 years since the campaign, right?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, it's been 20 years since the campaign. Fuck.
Something. Wait, it was either 20 or 10. It
Something
was one
like
of the
that.
two.
I gotta look
It
at the
was
timeline.
I think it
I
was
forgot
10.
what the timeline was, because depending on the timeline, I have plans for Alec in this current situation that we're in.
I think it was 10. I think it was 10.
If it's 10, then it's more reasonable, but it's funny.
Then Horgonoth is, when you first see him, you think that's a demon.
Yeah.
And then you go, wait, or is he an elf? Because what you see is a young, he looks young, like an elf, but he is very, very, very toned and has horns sticking out of his forehead and wings sticking out of his back. And he doesn't have legs like normal elf legs. He has goat legs. And his skin is very, very dark. Not like black, but to say like halfway between gray and black. And his eyes are very what are they again? His eyes are black as
Okay.
well. 11 years? Okay.
Oh my god, 11. Okay.
His eyes are just black. And he has a medium length hair. It doesn't go past the shoulders, and it's pure white as well. And you can clearly see there is a a gun with a knife attached, like a knife embedded in it on his hip, as well as a few other weapons that he has on him. I think, what other weapons does he have? Yeah, he just has some short sword on him. Uh, and yeah, a few short swords and a black short sword, and is also wearing some leather armor that looks very very well fortified. As he flings another piece of shit at the
Hmm.
white dragon.
Aeslian would say, fiendish bodyguard. Nice touch, wizard.
Fiendish bodyguard is an understatement. He is not my bodyguard. He actually causes me more bodily harm than anything I think I've ever experienced in my life.
When the wizard explains this, you guys look the wizard up and down,
Bodyguard
and
is
might
the
have a little
bodyguard is-
surprise at this. What do they like, Alec? What do they see?
They see I think he's grown more confident in his life, so he's not like hunched over as much anymore, but he's very like kind of tall when he's standing up. I mean, he's probably gotten taller too, being like a half dragon now, but basically you see like what once was a human. He kind of still looks like a human, but he has like dragon features now. I think he probably has horns now. And like it kind of looks like Doctor Strange if Doctor Strange had like dragon features. I mean, he's got like slitted, I guess they're like yellowish slitted eyes, I suppose. They are dragon eyes.
He has
And
red scales,
yep, scales coming up his neck.
and the scales have an iridescence that makes you question if they're actually from a red dragon.
Hmm. And I mean, he kind of looks like Doctor Strange a little bit. I mean, he's got a big,
Yeah.
probably it's a lot bigger beard now, probably.
Dr. Wizard.
Doctor Wizard.
Dr.
And
Wizard.
he's wearing, and I was just telling my roommate this. He was balling, like I think he was dripped out because we talked about it before we went to the Elf Kingdom. We went on a break, and his sense of style grew hanging out with like Zarek and Montolio looking all regal and shit. So, but now he's married to a queen, so he is dripped out, probably. Like, he's probably wearing the most expensive. Like, Strike would be freaking out. I think this entire, like, outfit is, like,
Ostentatious as fuck.
months and months worth of rent, probably, for the City of Salt. It's, like, probably a year's worth of rent. Like, just the cloak he's wearing, like, the robe. It's probably really expensive,
and a piece of shit flies at Alex.
yeah, and then he just prestidigitates it off his fucking shit. He doesn't even like touch it. He's just like
Prestidigitates the shit off his shit.
he just like looks over and he says, no, actually the demon child is not my bodyguard. If he was my bodyguard, I would be severely afraid for my life.
Whoa,
I
who's
like these
bodyguarding
guys,
for
they look
who?
fucked up.
I don't bodyguard for anyone.
Technically, I'm his bodyguard if you really want to make it technical. He is my. It's confusing. Anyway,
Hey, you're that bloody portal
Hildebrand.
girl.
He like looks over and he's like, Wildebrand, what are you doing?
I was playing a game with him.
No. What are you doing?
Wildebrand is done cleaning the shit off his face for the most part. There's still like some caked underneath his eye a little bit, but he has locked in the direction towards you all, and his head is slowly lowering down like he's about to pounce on something.
What is it that you are doing?
In your mind's eye, you see him going, "That thing smells funny. I want to eat it." And he's
No.
referring to Strike.
He's like, Alec just says, no. You will not be doing that.
Dragon's
There's
already eyeing Wildebrand up, and he's getting ready.
Oh,
all of you just hear this little grumble growl from Wildebrand, and there's a puff of cloud ice
no.
coming from his mouth. And
I
he,
was like,
he-
I see where the plot's going. If you'll
Alec
excuse me,
looks-
I'll be in the library.
And he turns, turns to the party and he goes, "Ah, I see. Is your Badgerman friend of the variety in which fights a lot? Does he kill a lot of things? Fight a lot of things?
Eros just walks over and starts pulling,
bones.
just like she starts like moving apart different sections of Shrike's fur and is just pointing at all the caked up blood that's just still there and dried.
That just
Sark,
away.
Fantastic.
Who
all
said
Sark
right.
Eros
blows
cleans you?
smoke into the air, and it writes out in the sky in smoke. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Liam
if
from a
you
safe distance, like,
are
yes.
if you are not bored, I guess I will go do what you were supposed to be doing, Wildebrand, since I know that you are now going to try to get a new chew toy and not listen to me.
What was I supposed to
No.
do? He
You don't
says out
need to-
loud.
What were you supposed to do? There is a creature upstairs that is it is deadly. It will destroy you. It will destroy me. It will destroy everything we have ever known.
What
I was
creature?
supposed to be protecting it. He looks
Oh yeah.
like-
Well, you see, the thing
What
was,
creature is that?
Is-
Wildebrand looks genuinely confused. Like, what are you talking
well,
about?
look, Alec, you gotta
I look
understand.
at Wildebrand and I like you, and I think he looks at Organoff for the first time and says, "No, you do not understand." He's like standing over you like Gandalf. This creature is the most powerful thing I have ever encountered. It is the most dangerous creature on the planet. I have almost died to behold it. This creature makes them look like nothing.
Alec,
It is a demon. It is worse than you.
So do you guys do like
Alec.
tours or something?
Alec, I literally threw shit at that thing, and it didn't
No!
even bat an
He
eye.
runs upstairs. He like runs away.
It didn't even bat an eye.
I will be in the library.
Wait,
Oh,
Doctor
Jesus
Wizard!
Meanwhile, Lazarus is nearby, just screaming for Scylla and just
You
shouting at
are-
them like the angry old man he is. Keep it down, you bloody kids!
Shut the fuck up, Lazarus.
I'm talking up.
I guess I
Never!
could just go wherever I want then. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Cool.
you can go anywhere. Who gives a fuck? No one
Sweet.
gives.
Yeah, this is great. These people are fucked up.
So that gross giant gerbil thing is gonna fight Wildebrand, I think. That's what it
Calling
looks
it
like.
trouble!
Well, you look like a giant gerbil.
You guys are racist.
Oh, sorry. I
Yeah,
guess
what
they're not a
race isn't
gerbil.
racist?
And you're the bloody portal lady. What the fuck are you doing here? Buying bombs. Oh, cool. Anyway, I'm gonna go chase after Alec now.
I
Cool.
run back
I-
downstairs.
Will follow?
What I produce, what I have in my hands when I come back downstairs, is the cutest baby you've ever seen. The cutest half dragon
I'm watching a
baby you
dragon.
have ever seen.
Quarter dragon.
Water
You like-
dragon.
This thing is a fucking menace, probably for him.
Oh, do you want me to stop smoking?
Does it explode?
No, this one also. Yes. He looks like yes to everything.
You can
I'll do
you
my
can
baby safe
see.
cigarettes.
I would like to say
I
that
figured I
the
would get
the
set
baby
up with
coos
something
and there's a
good.
little smoke coming out of its nostril.
Yeah.
Like,
What's because Horde would know the baby's name. What's the name?
This is
I don't know.
this
I don't
is
know, Alec. What's the
Patrick.
baby's?
my son.
Patrick?
I think it was Altric actually. I wrote it. Altric, Atric, Altric Tith. My
Altric.
son.
Look, I mean, he can take a piece of shit to the face. He's fine.
Not what I am worried about. He is a demon.
Oh wow, he shits himself every hour. Who
Does not
cares?
stop. No, he does shit himself every hour. This is true, but he is scary.
Liam
Is it-
slinks closer to Alec and Altic? Altic?
Oh,
What was it?
Altric.
Altric.
Altric. Yeah.
Altric.
Hmm.
Boops the baby on the nose, and you'll see prestidigitation of little fireworks kind of emerge. Is he like that?
I don't see what I don't see what's
Don't
I don't see what the problem is as Eros walks up and starts poking at Altric's scales.
No, please.
The baby's giggling. You poke at the scales. It tries to bite your finger.
She keeps doing it.
There's little missing your finger each time.
No, please.
You're missing another finger each time.
He is being. He's being
Man.
modest. He is being good.
I really want to cast Enlarge on that thing.
Do not.
Oh, that sounds fun. You
We
should
have
totally do
done
it.
this. We've probably gone through this before.
Look, why don't you just hand Altric to Boonpea for 1 fucking week?
Hey,
Boonpea-
you guys
Boonpea
are like a
out.
dragon place, right?
Boonpea is out on. Yes, yes. Oh, I am sorry. I do not mean to get into our personal debates. Might we find ourselves in the library?
Yeah, okay, cool.
Oh,
I
by
like
the way,
reading.
I knocked over some of the shelving in the library.
I know
So,
you did. But it's fine. I have unseen servants everywhere in there. They will fix everything.
yeah, I also might have set a few fires too. Sorry.
Like I said, unseen servants are very useful, but I think at this point I'm going to have to get seen servants.
Oh, like Sandy over there?
No, Sandy does not do a good job.
You need any demons?
Sometimes.
Oh, I got demons somewhere. I don't remember where they are. They're probably taking a shit break.
Oh, you gotta keep track of your demons, man.
They're oh no, give a fuck.
You don't have them chipped?
What? No.
Oh, all right.
No, demons run around unprompted in these lands.
I mean, I
What about
literally
Blade?
summoned them from the shadows of the fugue plate itself, so they do what I say. So.
I do my sourcing differently. Yeah, that's cool.
Well, I do not know what we wish to learn, but if you would like to come with me, this is, and then eventually he'd take them. I don't know what everybody like wants to do. If like, because I know Wildebrand and Horg are not going to the library for sure. I don't see them going to a library even when I tell them, hey, I'm taking all of our new guests to the library.
I'm wrestling the dragon.
So I was like, so I figured like he might want to take them. I don't know if like everybody wants to do a tour, like how like that's up to everybody, I guess, right? And Seth too.
I mean,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
guess a
cool.
tour would be fine.
Yeah. This is a big
I mean,
place.
like if you just
Bigger than
need to buy
Sirk's
bombs,
Mansion,
like I
actually.
have to take you. Like I'd probably take you to Nestor to buy bombs. I wouldn't know anything about that.
Oh,
So
who's
I
Nesta?
would have to. Nestor is our machinist.
Does Horganoth understand Draconic?
Yes,
Pretty sure he
should.
should. Yeah.
He should,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, he was literally raised by a dragon. Of course he does.
Okay. I'm gonna remember. Wildebrand says in Draconic, he doesn't care. It's obvious he's trying to like say this to where Strike doesn't hear it.
But Strike speaks perfect Draconic!
He doesn't know that. Okay, he's Wildebrand, and Wildebrand has a 6 intelligence. So
He has a 6 intelligence, yeah.
so
He tried.
Wildebrand says in Draconic, he looks over at Strike and he says, Horganoth, I need you to distract him.
Oh my
It's
lord.
that you skillful to piece of shit!
Okay. So I guess Alec would the first place Alec is gonna take them is to the arena part of the like the fighting place because I'm not gonna fucking when they start fighting I'm walking away. So
Horde tosses some shit at Strike's feet. Did that help?
Oh, dude, impress me or something.
I'll take them to
I mean, he
Strike
asked me
Ball.
to distract you, so I mean,
Okay,
did
Yeah,
that
but that's
distract
not
you?
what he was saying, so what did it even accomplish? You just threw
Okay.
shit at me for no reason.
Strike.
Well, we
I
don't
need a
know that.
Strike, I need a con save as he blows ice at your feet.
Oh shit.
Don't save, no problem. Boom.
A lot of cold damage, bro. Fuck.
It's just 22. Oh, damn. Oh, wait.
22.
20.
No, that's
That's
27.
22. 27.
27
Yeah.
cold damage. Holy fuck, man.
And then Strike will fly out of the room above you, and basically he knows he will get in trouble if he does any more damage to the academy. So
Yeah.
he's flying away.
Can I grab
And
onto him?
But I imagine everywhere in the academy is really open, right?
Yeah,
So
everywhere
like the
is.
dragons are very open to like
Yeah.
walk around. So like even if we're walking up like a large like staircase, it's probably like a very open staircase with big windows.
Archways
So the dragons
everywhere.
can just jump out and fly if they want to.
I want to
Yeah.
grab onto the dragon.
So it's
Do you have
very
any
cool.
stray
I
dragons?
always love the academy like gothic
Okay.
nature of it.
What's your strength?
20. Like, I don't want to hold him back. I just want to grab on.
Okay. Are you raging?
Yes.
Okay. You missed because you took the opportunity to rage.
What? I was waiting before.
You didn't say that.
I posted it, my guy.
You did.
I wasn't paying
post
attention
it.
to that.
He began the rage as like he walked in the room and Wildebrand's was getting ready to pounce on him. Like
He began the rage when Wilderbrand was about ready to pounce on him.
yeah,
See, if he would have said that out loud, Wilderbrand would act differently.
yeah.
I wasn't reading that. I was looking at 4 other sheets, my man.
Yeah.
So, in that case, I need to set up a different map.
Uh-oh. I think if you guys are fighting and you fly out the window, if you're jumping after him, before Horgan can get out the window, all Alec would say is, Horganoth, please do me a favor.
No.
Okay, well, do not make this a scene. Okay,
Well, I
do not
tried.
get my dragon killed by a foreigner. Thank you.
I'm not going to get him killed again.
I
Well-
know, but he can have some fun. It's been a minute since he's had some fun, and I'm sure that our guests would enjoy some chicanery.
I heard the word again.
Sure.
Yeah, anyone hear the word again? I heard the word again.
Yeah, so,
neither here nor there.
So, Gerbil,
You-
not Gerbil man, don't kill our dragon or I will, rip your insides out of your fucking asshole. Got it? Good.
Do not-
Okay.
Don't plan to kill anyone. I'm just having fun.
Is anyone
Do not-
focused on the word again?
Okay,
That implies to be able to bring him back.
Do not
I think
kill
I have several
him.
questions on that.
Do not kill
Okay.
him. He does not kill you. You do not kill him. Got it? Cool. The kill triangle is associated. Go. Have fun. Be
Did
safe.
Trillo come here?
No, I don't think so. I think Trillo
Okay.
is probably like training Lapids, like whether it be weaponry or I think he's martial enough to train
he's
big
pooping.
armies and shit.
I want to go look
Oh.
at dragons.
Heavy.
So
We can do that. Well, we'll be doing that.
Well, we're
I think, when we get to
retconning some stuff now. So give me 2 minutes to fix something. Like,
By the way, you got any stray dragons?
No.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want a stray chromatic dragon to show up, sure.
I was going to get there in a minute. Go.
Tell me more.
I wish I had a broom. I'd hit you with it. He looks over. Our continent is in a bit of, you could say, disarray. I don't think it's a disarray. I think it is merely just a balancing of the forces, but
A
Cool.
balancing of the forces. Come on, that ancient black dragon is still running around fucking shit up the whole time.
okay, yes, but okay, we are not. I'm not getting into this with you right now. He looks at you and says, basically, the only thing you need to know is that the chromatic dragon have been a lot more active recently, I would say. in.
That's supposed to be an advantage.
It is. It's been good. I think. I think the
It
chromatic
always
dragon
rolls
had
at
a good run.
advantage. It always does. If you scroll up, it already rolled at advantage.
Oh, true, it did. Shoot. Okay, it's an 8.
Okay. All right. So as soon as Wildebrand picks up on that you raged, Wildebrand, like, this is retconning. Like,
Yep.
you guys, I think, like,
Oh, so we're not even in the hallway now. Okay, good.
Just
like,
up on the hill.
like, we're in the atrium back by the magic circle. You
Yeah.
guys that are not involved in this can decide what you're doing. But Wildebrand sees that you are not submitting to him, right?
Hell no.
And he basically is going to charge at you, and he's going to, where are the combat mechanics? Where are you?
Overrun his ass.
He's literally going to charge. So he's going to use his bonus action to roll a athletics check. I'm going to give him advantage and give an inspiration to Nova to give him a 22.
Nice.
So that. Okay, so he gains extra damage and his speed is decreased next turn, but and he charges at you and he goes in for a bite. I'm gonna spend another inspiration and give it to Francis
Oh,
as I
hello.
give him advantage on the bite.
Okay.
And then he will go in for, might as well, let's throw inspiration all over the place. Brandon getting advantage and Lusk getting advantage as his 2 claws come in.
Woo!
And you know, basically I picture you hold his head far enough back after he bites you to where his claws can't quite get at you just yet. But
Sweet.
that bite that does hit gets an extra D10 from the charge. Yeah. So
One,
another
11 plus 8.
yeah. So his speed is decreased as he kind of put himself in an awkward position. As I picture, you're kind of like his head is just past your right shoulder a little bit, and he's like looking back behind his eye a little bit at you. As he kind of got a little angry at you, and instead of in Draconic, he says, "Beast Man, you are not the strongest here."
I reply in perfect Draconic. You wanna bet on that?
Okay. By this point,
Alec replies in perfect draconic. He does.
he does.
He just
All right.
responds. He does.
Yeah, he
But
probably does.
we'll do. Let Strike take his turn, and then we will. Then we will see what the others of you want to do. With things.
Yay! He challenged me, so let me take 1d6 necrotic damage here. I'll take him 3 times with my goddamn claws. Boom. Right to his schnoz.
Oh, damn, that looks like it hurt.
I'm gonna deck him in the schnoz.
Deck him in the schnoz. I should also add, he just BRB'd. I'll wait for that. Oh, wait.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So
wait. Then I want to action search.
Oh, shit.
Yes. And I wanna get on top of his head.
all right, you need to roll an
Athletics?
athletics check.
No problem.
And I will spend an inspiration and give it to Francis. Give him advantage.
Damn it.
Oh.
Damn.
All right, so you climb on his head.
Then I punch him in the head.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. So Sarek, I think he already made mention of it, but probably just to echo aloud, probably asks Alec, where the library is. Can he join you in the library? Kind of thing.
Yes, and I think now at this point I can say this is where I would tell Horgonoth, like, hey, just make sure he doesn't kill my dragon and that my dragon doesn't kill him. Thank you. If everybody would like to join me in the library
Fine.
whilst our guests enjoy having a wonderful time, I would like to make your time here as comfortable as possible. And if fighting dragons is what you want, we have plenty of that. But this
I've
way,
been
and he
waiting
would
for a moment like this ever since the Black Dragon was mentioned.
Well, then have a wonderful time with Wildebrand. He also has a wonderful time fighting things. He is
That's what I like
very
to
good
hear.
at it. And then he would, like I said, look at Horgonoth, and then in the mental connection of Wildebrand of like, come on, dude, don't kill him. Like, just have fun with him. You can have fun. I'll let you have fun today, but don't fucking kill him. Please don't kill a person that has never been here before. And then yeah, I'd take everybody upstairs so all of us can. I would make our way up to the library because it'll take us a second to get up there.
Okay.
We could just do the
Come on.
combat.
We'll,
Then.
we'll do another round real quick then.
Don't yell too
I
much,
do want to see you
Strike.
fight. I do want to see you fight my dragon. Unfortunately, I really do. I don't like because I think he might be able to. He might be able to take you. He might fuck you up a little bit. Like he's
I think so too. I mean, it's Wildebrand.
yeah. It'll be fun. Have some fun.
Come on, Strike. You don't have to go all out. You can hold
I
back
don't.
you can hold back a little bit.
But why should I? He's thrice the size of me, at least.
We're guests. And
He challenged me first.
well, you raged first.
I was getting ready. I didn't attack first.
I assure you that this is not a problem. This is a very natural occurrence that happens very often.
Yeah, like at least
I'm
once a
gonna
week.
spend an inspiration point and give it to us. Create the advantage. And as his bonus action, he's going to do a stick and move. And he basically this allows him to like shake you off him because you're not really grappling him. Avoiding opportunity attacks as he kind of moves around and off of you. And with that 26, he is going to. He's going to. Yeah, he's going to. No, that's what it's for. Yeah. He with that 26, that gives him some little extra damage. He's gonna do. So he goes in for a bite and
You get
claw.
the gun on that?
Oh. Oh yeah, reckless.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh, you reckless. Yep. Okay, and then claw. Okay,
Solid?
so
oh
we'll
yeah.
do the bite first.
Wildebrand.
The bite gets an extra D8 from the stick and move. And
Bite is a 25, so 12.
and then cool. All right, and then the non-crit claw, and then the crit claw is actually 22. So
Let me do
he
math
is
here. 4 plus 11.
he is then going to the stick and move allows him to avoid opportunity attacks with what he's doing there. So he is going to spread his wings and he gains with his 26 he rolled. He gains an extra 20 speed, and he flies up. Why not? He flies up using what he has to his advantage. He goes 100 feet up, right above you. And that is his turn. Strike. What do you do?
I'm not sure if I can.
Oh, not 100 feet up. Sorry, the thing doesn't go up that high. 40 feet.
Now I can jump up to him. Thank you. So let's see. I have my. Where is it? My bestial soul. Right here. Yep. Boop. So all I need is an athletics track when I jump. Just to make sure I really get to him. I use cunning action as well to dash. So I got 100 feet in total. So I move back, boom, boom. And what was the route on a long jump again? My strength score, right?
This isn't a long jump. This is a high jump.
Or high jump, rather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
High jump is your strength modifier.
Strength modifier. Okay. Really big roll. Athletics, boom. And the stick and move kind of thing.
Jeez.
No, wait, I already shit.
Eros has a -1 in strength. What would the high jump be for her?
It's 3 plus your strength modifier.
Okay, so she can jump 2 feet tall.
Nah, you cannot jump very high.
She can jump
No.
up 2 feet.
Let me just
Ah.
double check on the jumping
So if
rules
you had a
here.
-5 on your strength, you just could not jump.
No,
No,
you
Yeah.
you wouldn't be able to move.
Three.
You
That's
jump.
an 8.
You
I
jump
move.
a little bit. Like you jump a little bit.
Well, if it's 3 plus your strength modifier, and you had a strength modifier -5, that's a -2.
Yeah, but
I
you're
mean, you
not
can
putting a
move
lot of
around
effort
stuff, but you
into
just
it.
could not jump.
But
Yeah.
to have a
Like, people can't
-5,
hop.
you'd have to have a
You can't
0 in
high jump.
strength.
You could probably long
one.
jump a
One.
little bit.
A 1 in
Or-
strength.
Short jump.
or 1
But for
Okay.
3 plus 8, 3 plus 5 is 8, and then my bitch result thing, that's 41. I can get up there. So I can easily grab onto it.
Okay, so all right, that's 40 of your movement. You're about to start falling. What do you do?
I grab onto him, of course. Move 28.
I'm going to
Ooh.
spend 3 inspiration to give him a +20,
Oh shit!
and give that to Lust, Greed, and Brandon.
Yo.
Man, why do
He
you
gets-
want to see me lose?
Yeah,
Back. This is, dude. Yeah, I want to see you lose. To my,
Hell yeah.
to my
I just
fucking
want to say
veteran
that I
fighting
have to spend
dragon.
inspiration to keep up with you.
Hell yeah.
So he kicks you back, and you fall at the start of your turn, I
This
believe.
is a training arc for my dragon.
So you already jumped. You can. Well, what do you do?
Well, there's no rule on how many times I can use the jump thing, and I used cunning action already
You're
to
in the
dash. I
air.
can do it again.
You're in the air.
Oh, shit. Is there any way I can
At
propel
the
myself awful?
end, the cream. And following right hand.
I know, only once per turn, my fault. Yeah, I can read.
I'm stupid. I'm fucking dumb.
Can I still whack him before he kicks me off?
Sure.
What?
Sure.
Yes.
Ah, okay. Once or twice? Like a trust drop.
Well, okay, sure. Roll.
Alright. But it's that. Boom. And then again, boom.
Oh,
That's weird. All set up properly? It is. Okay, good.
Okay. Is that your turn?
That's my turn. I'm free falling, baby.
You're not a gerbil guy friend is pretty strong. Yeah, a bit too much, to be honest.
Okay, you're in the middle. You're in the middle of falling. We're saying you haven't quite hit the ground just yet. When it comes to his turn, and he's going to look down and just snort at you, and then he's going
You should step
to
back a few feet. Okay.
cold breath you. So con save,
Okay.
and then he is
What's the
going
concept?
to.
There it is.
All right, you take half, and then he flies to the doorway of the atrium, and he looks back at Strike, and he, without saying anything other than that look, it's obvious that he is conceding the fight and letting you take the territory, so to speak. And
Rock gives him a big grin and a thumbs up.
he flies away.
He's not even the biggest dragon here anyway. Not really much of a competition.
I like the dragon. He's pretty cool.
You can beat him in a game of tic-tac-toe.
What is tic-tac-toe?
You don't know what... Okay. You know what? No, whatever.
I think he's talking about Rochambeau.
What the fuck is a Rochambeau?
No, Rochambeau is actually what they call rock, paper, scissors. It's when you rock, paper, you fly your fist at people. Anyway, no.
Oh, I thought that's
tic-tac-toe-
quartz parchment shears.
I wanted to
well,
punch people.
that is a colloquial name for it, probably where you come from. Yes.
Anyway, why are we here again? Oh yeah, explosives and magic stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
You got anything for my class?
That was only a few moments, so I imagine you guys are like only part of the way up the stairs when you hear the end of the fight, and then Strike runs after you guys, catching up easily because he's fucking ridiculously fast now. And Horgonoth, there might be someone faster than you now. Might be.
Well,
It might be.
I mean, technically, yeah. Well,
Yeah. But nevertheless, Alec then leads you guys the rest of the way to his grandiose library. Think of something like Eastern European medieval, like the scene from Beauty and the Beast in the old cartoon when they just go to that giant fucking room that's just shelves upon shelves upon shelves upon shelves upon shelves of books. Think of something like that, but about half of those books have been knocked down, and about half that have been knocked down have been icicled into a dome igloo fort thing. That takes up a giant section of the library. Hopefully most of those books aren't books you need. Hopefully Alec is glad he can access fire relatively quickly with his new form, because he's had to dry out and thaw many a book in the last 10 years.
Yeah, very committed to remaking books too. Probably.
Yes.
You can just,
There's probably, I imagine by this point, you might even have a few animated objects that like are doing that. Like in the corner, you might have a couple pens, just obviously in the process of writing, copying things down and whatnot. And for all intents and purposes, other than the library, like this is your wizard's tower, is what it is. It has, so you can add personal things if you think that makes sense narratively. I don't think it's as at the same level of strength as what Orcafor has, but this is definitely something that the elf that was the previous, I forget his name off the top of my head, that was the previous librarian. Like he spent a lot of time. Yeah, he spent a lot of time gathering things here.
Ord picks
So-
up a half-eaten steak that he left on a table.
Wasn't the previous
That's probably
librarian
been
was
perfectly
the-
cool, because I imagine there's parts of this library that like ice has hit it so many times that there are parts of it that are just like permanently permafrost. So you just have this like icicle steak that you pull off like a shelf. This that you just start sucking on like like a popsicle.
Yeah, I mean, we probably just figured out like, hey, fuck it. If he's gonna ice up my area, like we might as well make it fun, you know? Like he probably has like snow cones and
Yeah,
like
and
It's
I
a
imagine
man.
there's
yeah, dude.
certain
I mean,
places you've been able to transmute to like protect versus his breath
yeah.
attack by this point
'Cause
because
I think
of
the previous owner of this library was actually a dragon,
he was
right?
an ancient
He was an
bronze
ancient
dragon.
silver
I
dragon,
think
yeah, or
Wildebrand
something.
grew up
No,
and
he was a
accidentally
silver.
was a
Yeah, he was an
breath
ancient
Yeah,
silver dragon.
ancient silver dragon. Oh, dude. So at some point, I take them. There's the cavern behind the. I think it would be like the desk, or like one of the walls opens up into like that private room where I did my crackhead arc.
Yeah.
So
Bracket
there's
art.
Oh, that's
Okay.
right. That's right. Yeah.
yeah, there's like a whole like so there's this and then there's like a whole like separate like secret chamber that I probably like run into that I'm
Probably
using.
partially
I
made of
probably use it
ice,
as a cold
anyways.
storage. Yeah, I
Yeah,
probably
I
use it
imagine
as
by
like
this point you
cold
use the
storage.
ice. Like, I imagine almost the ice is easier to build with than it is the stone, because you have like such ready access to it.
Fucking infinite
Um,
amount of it, yeah.
and then you just transmute it so it doesn't melt, kind of thing. It's also this part of the world is a lot cooler than where you guys are from in the Animaesus world.
Yeah.
I imagine uh, Eros, Eros and Liam. I imagine you feel a little chilly by this point.
Oh, Eros
The
doesn't.
other,
Maybe a little.
well, they are human, maybe a little. Uh,
I was gonna say like she has her jacket on, but
it's still like 20 to 30 degrees cooler than where you're from. So, it's getting nighttime, so it's getting a little chilly. And uh, maybe, but nevertheless, um, the library is there. There are many, many books, many
Oh,
books.
Brandon,
what is
are
it
you
that you want to research? Yeah.
are we settling that he has another kid or no?
Yeah, so I was thinking that if it's because I wondered how long the timeline was because if it's 11, there's another child. There's got to be another child. Like there's an older one
Okay.
that is probably less unruly than this one that I have currently.
Yeah, so
Because
Horde would just
I think this one's the problem child, the one that's like the boy is the child and that the girl is not like a problem at all. Like,
Horde would say, "Oh yeah, by the way, the real demon is in here somewhere. I don't remember."
mm, no, the real demon is in my arms right now. The other one is out with her mother on some diplomatic mission to the Elven lands.
Are you sure?
They're
Because
on
I saw a
vacation.
nerd in the corner.
Well, that's always usually me. But if she's here, then she does have a tendency to sneak out and not go on things like that. I don't know. She might be over there. I don't know. I scream. I'm like, Alra, are you in the corner, or are you actually where you're supposed to be? Because usually that's not the case. I goes over and he screams. I don't
There's
know if
no
any children
response.
run back. Oh no, she's gone. I told you she was gone.
No, I guess I was just looking at your ugly mug. Okay.
I should have.
There's a reflection in one of the panes of ice.
Son of a bitch.
I imagine by that description that the daughter looks more like Alec and more like he before he was a dragon than after, whereas the son gathered more of those dragon and elven traits.
Yeah, he is a
Um,
fucking I bet this one is a monster. Like I don't know how he's acting in my arms, but I imagine that Alec has one child that is like
have you seen The Incredibles?
Yes.
yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, Lord
He's the
Almighty.
child that like he's
Jack.
more elven, so he's more elven and he's more draconic, so he can do magic already. He's probably like 1. So he can probably like do magic. He probably knows how to like levitate things to him and like do dumb shit. So this whole time we've been walking up the thing, he's been like
So
levitating shit and like
he's a
when he sneezes and
he's a
cries,
level
like
3
fire comes out.
sorcerer already.
When he like cries like and sneezes like fire comes out, dude. He's like a nightmare. I imagine this child is like a fucking demon, and he uses his powers for evil. Like the only person who could probably calm him down is fucking Wildebrand, bro. My dog. He loves Wildebrand, but like
He uses his power for evil, like getting to the cookie
But
jar.
Wildebred never watches him because every time I leave him to watch him, he's like, nah, I'm just gonna go do my own thing. That's why
Okay.
I'm like, there is a child.
My
there's a
brain,
creature upstairs.
my brain needs you to percolate on one question. We don't need an answer for it right now. But
Okay.
the diplomatic question of how did you convince the elves, or did you convince the elves it's okay to have a half-born as an heir?
Ooh, shit. I
Like,
don't
because
know.
that's the one question in my mind. I love the idea of the children. I think it's cute. I love it.
I
But
think
like
I can answer this
politically,
question now. I think that actually
politically,
fits in with what I was thinking. So we have one already, and me and Lus were talking about how if it's 11 years, it's probably an older daughter. So she's probably like 7 or 8.
Something like that.
Or maybe if it's been 11 years, maybe she's like 10, maybe she's like older, she's like way older, and we just had this new one, so maybe that's why Boonpea is not here. Like, she's with my daughter, like, we're going to the Elven lands, like, we have to talk about this
so
child,
you've
'cause
kept it.
he's a
You've
nightmare.
loosely
We tried
kept
to
it a
keep it
secret
secret, yeah,
for
so
10 years, but now the
this
rumors are
one.
out, and then the
Well,
mom.
no,
Wait,
I
okay.
think the one is fine. I think they were like, okay, if you guys have the one, it's okay. And then like when we had one, like they were obviously like monitoring
I'm
it.
just thinking of the
And
idea of like how medieval times treated the idea of a bastard, which is what this is.
yeah,
Like, is not kind in any way, shape, or form. So like, and we're talking about high elves,
mhm.
too.
Interrupt this
I-
program to bring you an actual
Well,
Dance of the
I thought
Dragons.
we were like, well, me and Boom P are.
Oh, I'm gonna
I
have
always
fun with
imagined
this.
that Alec and Boom P are like married and we like followed all the rules
Yeah.
and stuff. But like, so this last one, like they probably monitored her a lot, like to see like if she was like, oh, innately magical, because that could be a problem. And she wasn't. She probably does magic, but not like innately. But this one is a fucking demon. Like, he's 1 years old and he's already like learning how to. Like, he's already a level 3 sorcerer. Like, he could. He's getting to the point where he can like sneeze fireballs almost. Like, so we have to take this one to the elves and be like, look, this one's a problem. Like,
Once
real
you
You
play,
shit.
it's
know,
gonna be
you know
level
what's kind of
20.
scary. You know what's kind of scary in my mind is somewhere in like a level 20 baby as like the main boss.
Yeah, dude. He's the boss baby. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I think Alec
It's
has
just
the
like
boss baby.
it's like a level 6 campaign or something, and one of the ending.
Mastermind rogue boss baby.
One of the ending
I
boss
love
is
it.
like a
It's
10-year-old. He's like level 20. He's like, I'm 10 years old.
it's fucking
Level 20.
He can cast. Oh yeah, he can cast meteor. You're like, what the fuck? I only
Yeah.
can cast I only can cast flame strike. What the hell?
and Horganov is definitely not allowed to watch him alone because whenever he did, there was a lot more reports of flaming shitbags.
Yeah, because he's a fucking I don't think that I think that Horganoth will become his like best friend, but also like not a good influence on him.
What do
And
you
then his
mean?
other best friend is going to be like his dog.
And
His
who do I
young,
have to
like,
blame for
white
Horganov not being
dragon.
a good
Okay.
influence?
So it's like
Okay.
these two children are like the most comfortable around Horganoth and Wildebrand, but he is just a fucking demon. He's like, he has all of Alec's power into like this little tiny child. Like,
Um.
You should have pulled out.
dude, this one. That's what Alec like probably thinks he's a demon, right? Because he's the one who has to watch this one. Like, he's probably fine around his mom, but when he gets left alone, bro, it's just like,
And the thing is, Horg does it always watches, and it's just like, bro, you are overreacting to fucking everything. But meanwhile, with the older daughter, he calls her the demon because she's just too goody two shoes type shit.
oh nice.
Like she's the actual
So
responsible one.
I know. Okay. Well, there's things for me to ruminate on a little bit. All right. I need to take a pee break, and I want another Dr. Pepper, so I'm gonna go do that.
Dr. Pepper.
Um,
So
and then we'll come
we could
back,
roleplay
and
now.
you guys, yeah, feel free to do that for a minute. And then I know Sarek wants to do some research in the library, and I would like to get into some downtime. Now, I would just like to qualify one thing before I step away about like some of the downtime stuff. If depending on what the question is, depending on what we're going after, like even like, you know, Eros looking for magic items and whatnot, even selling depending on the magic item, if it is a magic item for like Liam, he's trying to sell. It takes sometimes it's not always like, hey, I can just put it on the counter at the pawn shop and they're gonna take it kind of thing. So it is something that takes a couple days. So you may be here in the Dragon Rider place for that for a couple days to
They're probably more
take care of that.
regulated about it here
This is
too than
not a
Waveland
problem for
is.
Liam. This is
Yeah.
an amazing place to live, and he
It'd be
might
more
have some personal
regulated.
questions for Alec.
Yeah, well, Alec is. I'm always cool answering personal questions. As Alec, he's a very funny man. He
Mhm.
likes
And
answering
then
questions.
the only other thing, no, we can kind of get to that. But if you go to the item prices doc, I did update like a how does the buying magic items convert to my world, so you guys have something to kind of look at there for that of like what the DCs are and things like that to kind of find things. Finding things is different than, and I would like to state, like as I say at the very top of this, like the prices of these are base prices. This isn't always the price the person's going to ask for from you, kind of thing. So as we learned in one of my other campaigns, he wanted an item that was like 500 gold, and the person asked for 2,000. So later in the evening, he broke into the farmer's domicile and stole it from him. Scared the shit out of him in the process.
You put it like
Um,
that. It
I
sounds
respect
terrible, but it was
It does-
hilarious.
it was hilarious. There was a little more layers to it, and there was a lot of drunkenness involved. But nevertheless,
Respectable.
there's all those things like one of the captain of their pirate ship. Hopefully, Eli will be with us tomorrow to kind of do this. But he has this one item that he wants, and literally the guy's asking. It's like 2,000. It's like
Yo, we're about to
2,000
pull up our
gold.
entire family to take.
Yeah, it's like 2,000 gold, and this guy's like, I want 15,000 gold. And so the captain's like, well, we're breaking into that noble's place later on.
I was like, I want his address. I want his name.
So,
I want his family
like,
names.
the point I'm
Oh,
really
God,
trying to
when the
get at
captain-
is
when the captain comes
I
back
don't-
and says, I got beef.
I used to in previous campaigns, and some places do, like, they have stores that have magic items, but I don't usually do like a magic item store. I usually try to play it like the items probably exist, and someone in the city or the surrounding area has it, and you hear through the grapevine that Steve, the welder down in the village, three villages away from you, like has something that's like this, and you go meet him up, and you know that's part of the cost I think related to these things and stuff like that. So my point is, you know, feel free to fill in some of that void with some role play and things if you think it makes sense. But nevertheless, on page 2 of the document, you can kind of see how I loosely play that out, kind of thing, for the purchasing of things, which is based upon what Xanathar's has. I just kind of updated it to make more sense here. Most of the stuff I do use Xanathar's and kind of modify it, so if you're familiar with that, kind of stuff. But hey, I need to go pee. I'll be right.
But with that stuff, I mean, it's probably more fucking regulated out here, right? Than anything. This is like the central hub of where we trade magic items, probably in this fucking area.
More than likely, yeah.
Because there's not a lot of places to get magic items, like unless you're in the human kingdom and you're at Waveler's, like Emporium, Waveler and Milo's Emporium, Wave Mart, or
if you're at
here.
Wave Mart, you're absolutely that is the magical destination. But the Dragon Riders is probably like your second best stop.
Yeah. Like, but we have other shit here too. It's not like at Wave Mart he just does magic items. Like, we might do specialty magic items. We have like people that do shit and
at Wavemart, you never know if what you're getting actually works.
yeah. I mean, but we have like literal artisans and shit. And like, I'm gonna probably take like Eros. I would take to Nestor, right? Because you gotta get explosives to blow shit up. So I would take you to Nestor. So you can buy stuff
And-
like that, but that's all like based on the machinist stuff and all the
Yep.
artificer shit.
Yeah. And if Liam wants like I don't know.
If Liam's talking magic items and you're in
Well,
this
if
city,
he's
I'm
talking, well,
probably,
he's
like, the
talking
best person to
selling
talk
shit,
to.
right? And he's like,
Yeah,
got
it's probably
armor.
me.
gotta offload the wares from the dwarves because
Yeah.
if this is a place that just actively trades in magical items, this is an ideal place to do that.
Yeah.
And you
I
know
mean-
the concept of maybe
Well,
You're
if
gonna-
anybody's gonna be trading magic items here, it's probably fucking me.
Yeah.
Like,
then do
I
I
like-
have something?
if it's-
If you're an anthropologist, an archaeologist, behold these my stuff.
right? 'Cause, I mean,
But-
if
but, like-
if you really want to think about it, like any other wizard that's here, I don't really think there's a lot of wizards here in
Nah.
the Dragon Rider Academy. It's
Nah.
only really Alec and like a couple. There's like sorcerers and stuff, but nothing like crazy. But Alec is like the guy to go to sell
But,
magic
like,
items if you want to sell
if
magic
we're-
items.
just talking like regular weapons and armor, then you'd probably go to Gorn instead because
Yeah.
he'll give you the most fair value. I mean, sure, you could try to pawn it off on some other low time blacksmith, but we're talking about quality, high quality dwarven armor. Like you want the best fucking smith to be appraising that shit.
And Gorn, Alec would tell you Gorn's very good because I think Alec is. He sends everyone to Gorn because Gorn the god. Gorn's the best.
Because Goran also makes magical armor shit too, as
Items.
well.
Yeah, he also makes magic armor, and that's like something that Alec can do, but not like
Yeah, Alex more of a you're more
an oddity guy. He's
yeah,
more
your
like
oddities,
yeah.
your trinkets, your artifacts, your potions, shit like that, maybe. But if you
Like
want
Alec
like
knows a lot. Alec knows a lot about magical weapons, just being the guy of the like the answers and shit. But he's not like, hey, if you want to talk to magical weapons, you should probably go talk to Goran. Like, you should bring it to him and see what he says about it. Like Alec would tell you what it is, but he'd be like, I would bring it to Goran and tell you like, whatever.
I know I can tell you its
whatever.
history, but Goran can tell you its value.
Yeah,
Does Gorn have a lot of magic guns?
Probably.
Nestor would
Guns
be the one
are-
who has the guns.
Nestor would be guns. Yeah.
Gorn is very much he's your traditional blacksmith. You can make you swords, axes, maces, armor of any type. Well, metal armor of any type. And
Oh, all right.
he knows how to imbue fucking dragon scales into shit with fucking ease. He's your fucking master craftsman. But if you want guns, you go to Nestor for that.
Where would I go to reinforce myself?
You're what? You're
Myself.
There. I mean, Alec could probably tell you. There might be someone who does magical tattoos. Probably. Alec wouldn't be the one who does them, but because I wouldn't trust that man with a fucking needle. Not after his crackhead arc. But we don't. There's no established character for it, so. But it's not like it would be hard. Like, hey, there's a there's a tattoo shop where they know how to do regular tattoos and magical tattoos. Probably.
Right. And what that's exactly that. Alec, was it?
Brandon just BRB.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Corbin, no, though.
I'm just asking into the round of people. Like, anyone know where to go to make myself stronger without any weapons?
What, like training or something?
No, stronger. You know, sharpen my claws. Maybe
Um,
some magical ways.
Magical ways to sharpen your claws. Well, I don't think you want to put your claws to Goran's grindstone. That'll probably rip your claws out. I think there's a tattoo artist somewhere that does magic shit.
Ooh, artist, huh? What did tattoo possibly do?
It's imbued with magic.
It
That
can
makes
be.
sense.
It doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to be, of course, but if you
Like
want,
with the tattoo rules, if you already have marks or tattoos, those count towards the difficulty to apply a tattoo,
There I go.
even if they're not magical.
But Seth, you also said there are other items, new items you added for that. Which would it be?
Well, there's an item. I added all the items from the Book of Many Things and Big B's stuff that I haven't looked at in like the last year. Stuff I haven't purchased because I were kind of refused to give Wizards of the Coast more money, based upon certain reasons. But I nevertheless, and a lot of it's for free online anyway, so it's like, hey. But in the Book of Many Things, there's an item that they added called the where is it? The Wraps of Unarmed Prowess that do the same thing of claws that you were talking about. Like I think so. Like you're talking about.
no, there's weapons that can increase your unarmed attack.
Yeah. Okay, well,
I have one of those.
The Eldritch Claw tattoo gives you that extra force damage. Yes,
Yeah.
like this thing, does it. This wrap of unarmed prowess, like it doesn't require attunement. It gives you plus to just the basic plus. So it's like there's things out there that are there. Um, which I'm gonna have to like qualify some of those things. But more or less, they're trying to give more love to like unarmed stuff. I've created a bunch of unarmed crap in there. That's just one of the things off the top of my head that was coming to mind. If we're talking about the Eldritch Claw tattoo, if you're going to like there's that, which is like an attuned tattoo, which is slightly different in power level. An attuned tattoo does more than a non-attuned tattoo. A non-tattoo will give you like a basic like one use thing, or we'll give you something on. Some of them are a little more extravagant, and because of that, they're expensive as fuck.
Yeah, they barely have 1,000 gold, so let's keep it simple.
So like if you're talking about barely than 1,000 gold, you're not gonna get an Eldritch Claw tattoo for 1,000 gold. Well, no, that one's it's an uncommon. You just gotta find someone that can do it, I guess. Those attuned ones are weird because there's a specific item that you're buying. You're not like the Eldritch Claw tattoo is you buy this needle and you use the needle on your skin and then it draws itself. This isn't the tattoo where you're going to a tattoo artist to like tattoo literally in your skin a bonus that whatever the bonus is. It's
Yeah,
just like
so
constant passive.
the needle, I could just get probably at the same place where I could get the what's it
You gotta
called?
find it first. You gotta roll.
I gotta roll, gotta roll, gotta roll. What was the rule? I had it open.
Like you're buying this counts as buying a specific magic item. So you need an investigation or persuasion check.
Persuasion?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like ask people.
Oh, okay. Boom.
And the DC isn't extremely high.
Well, that's an 8.
Okay.
Do I need to spend inspiration to get there? Or is that enough?
If you look at the thing, the DC for an uncommon item is at least a 10.
Yeah, I see here. Alright. Then I must spend this
And
inspiration, I guess.
considering how I put the qualification of up to 400 gold pieces, and this is a 350, like this is like a DC 14.
Yeah, then I must spend inspiration. And in the same roll, can I get
No.
the rest of pros?
Not the same. This is a different thing.
Then I gotta roll again for that, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay. Eldritch Claw tattoo you're able to find, to be sure. Roll me a d6 to see how much the guy's asking for.
Oh lord,
Or
here it comes.
For the needle. To sell the needle to you, this dwarf is asking for 400 gold.
Oh, you know what? That's a fair price. I'm taking it.
Okay. This Eldritch Claw tattoo does require attunement.
I have so many attunement slots open. I don't think I'll use a single one.
Well, you only have 3.
I mean, I still have 3 out of 3, so that's so many. No, wait. I got the wisdom thing, so I got 2 out of 3.
Okay. So
You get the next possible opportunity, which would be a short or long rest. But until then, let me get those reps of. Why do we keep forgetting names? The reps, yes.
The wraps of these hands.
The reps of these hands, exactly.
the-
Reps of unarmed prowess.
okay, what
That would
what
be
what level are you looking for?
Let me see. I would say the rare ones.
Okay. 500 gold rare. Okay. This is a DC 16.
I got perfect.
Yeah, roll again. What are you talking about?
I did roll again here.
What?
The 18. That's what it's for.
Oh.
I
Well,
used
if you roll, okay.
preparation to
Well,
get to 22.
oh, I got you. My brain. All right. Roll. All right. This is rare. Roll me 2d10.
2d10.
Rares are always asked for more than they're worth, guys.
Yeah.
Always are. It's just kind of how it works, guys. It's just gonna be. This guy wants 1,200. No, 12,000 gold.
Motherfucker.
12,000.
You hear him. You hear him talking about how he wants to buy a ship and move across. He's trying to take advantage of this crazy adventurer that he's never seen before. That obviously looks like they're made of money.
Yeah, I have like 500
that
gold.
is a ridiculously overpriced. You know that is. You know for a fact this item is not worth that. But this is like a random, dwarven farmer that this is the only thing he has from his ancestor who made it 50 years ago, and he wants to make a new life.
But don't make me feel bad now.
Well, I'm just saying, but you know for a fact it's not worth that much money. So you can roll an additional charisma check of your choice to try to lower the price. The max you can lower a price is 150%.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Let me just. Can I use strength for intimidation again?
Well, basically you have a choice. That's where my brain goes. But the what?
Can I use strength for intimidation like we usually do?
No, because this is more about trying to talk to people than trying to show how muscular you are.
God damn it. Alright then, persuasion.
Okay, so if
Oop.
you're having it twice, then that's a 75% at max.
I said to him, "Look, buddy, I might not be the smartest guy out there, but even I know it's overpriced as fuck. So, come on, work for me here. I had about 500 gold and some magic guns.
500 gold. Uh, okay.
And for like 3 magic guns on top of that, that's like twice as much as it were.
What kind of guns are there?
Carbons, or carbines. Whoa, it's pronounced
And they are plus ones?
plus ones.
How many?
I have 5 written down in my inventory, but don't know what of the things we gathered Liam's got. I think we said half on everything basically, right? So you should have 2 plate armors, I should have 2 plate armors.
I don't know. It sounds like you guys should have talked about this. Well, I don't know.
He's
I
muted right
think
now.
we
Anyway.
did, so it just never came up again.
Okay, if you have 5 for those things and 500 gold, the guy looks at that, has a weird, quirky smile come on his face, this dwarven farmer, and he nods and says, "Deal."
Oh, I said 3. You know I have 5. He knows I have 3.
Okay. Well, okay. He looks at those 3, looks at that idea, looks over at you, and is kind of shrugs like, okay, what does he have to lose? And he just made 1,400 gold. All right.
I have a plus 16 to hit now.
It's only partially broken. It's okay.
It's a D6, come on.
It's a D6 that does 20 damage every hit. I'm just, And by this point, man, the D6, the dice rarely matter at this level.
That's true.
Unless you're rolling multiple dice. Okay.
We just
Nevertheless,
do a damage roll for the fun of it.
all right. Who else is looking for things, doing things like this? Is a strike to arrange these 2 items. Strike. This takes you 3 days.
No problem.
So strike at least is here for 3 days.
How long do we plan on staying here in total?
One's a Nietzsche.
You guys, it's up to you guys. You
Alright,
guys
I'm
haven't
back.
discussed that, so
Because we already passed the 5 days. And
Yeah.
then we had 10 days after that.
you guys began this session 2 days into those 10 days.
2 days. Okay, so we
Oh,
have 8
jeez.
days. Then.
Oh, and before I forget, I would in that time also like to go to Gorn to sell 2 sets of plate armor.
What kind of plate?
The dwarven plate we found.
Like magic or not?
Did we establish it was magic armor they carried?
I don't know.
You should know. You made the drops.
Okay. I'm gonna make a rule right now that needs to be established from future reference.
Okay.
When we get magic items, you need to identify and discuss them within a week of getting them. Otherwise, I don't care.
Okay.
Okay? Because I like flipping back to months of notes is ridiculous. To try to figure
Sounds
out
like
those
this
things.
gang needs a master of coin
Yeah.
to keep.
Like confer with me, communicate with me. So how many plate armor do you have? And
4 in total. Liam has 2. I have 2.
okay, and this was from the
Okay.
dwarf fight when you got when?
The dwarfs we ate.
God
We-
knows it.
The most recent the most recent.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, probably when we fought for Kelreer, I would imagine was the last. time we
Okay.
fought dwarves.
So the ones that wearing plate armor
Yeah.
there were those 2 guys. Okay. All right. Plate armor is like 1,500 gold. All right. You For scrap, he will sell it to you for 700 gold.
That's fair.
Is
Perfect.
that for both or each?
That's for both.
700 total for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I mean, it was probably hella damaged anyway.
I mean, yeah. I'm like, but
So that's a really fair
so the
price.
guy, so it's the guy that apparently appraises dwarven armor and weaponry on the reg. So what am I to do? Plus, I got this
Yeah.
from a 5-finger discount. As far as the loot that I have, Master DM, I jotted it down in my treasure pile. I believe the divisions that were probably mentioned way back past were established. The only mundane items I have are the dwarven. I have 2 sets of dwarven plate armor and 2 shields. The rest are various arrangements of magical item armor and weapons. Very few are firearms. I don't have any mundane firearms, uh, and I'm just trying to offset that. So I just have some coin. But I don't think Liam's trying to buy any magical items necessarily, unless something comes up, uh, or someone says recommendations of what Liam can get.
Um. Okay. I got distracted by Nova's message, so I missed the first part of that. So you're selling what? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I had a list of my dwarven loot in my sheet in my treasure section in my character sheet for Liam. I'm not. My goal is not really to buy magical items. I'm just trying to offset these for some coin. Uh,
Okay.
Discussions passed it that Gorn was the best person when it comes to selling dwarven armor and or dwarven weaponry. But
Yes.
I do have a few. But the only mundane items I have from the 4 skirmishes we had with the dwarves are 2 sets of dwarven plate armor and 2 sets of shields. Everything else is technically a magical item because they have +1s next to them. And out of those magical items, I count 2 items that are technically considered firearms. One is a gun axe and one is an auto blunderbuss. But oddly enough, you gave a price for the hammer, great axe, and the blunderbuss. Well, blunderbuss is. But again, haggling can easily sway those numbers.
Okay. Yes. The non-magic items, he'll give you money for them, but he's not gonna give you very much money. Like, not. He'll give you like for your shields and your plate. I imagine he'll give you 1,000 gold for those 4.
You know what? I like the cut of your jib, as the saying goes. Deal. Do you have it in platinum?
I imagine Gorn has some coin, so
Well, I'll take a gold bar, or a platinum bar, or a deed.
he does not give you a
You're gonna
deed.
become a lord in Scotland.
Gordon
He
would
does not give you a deed.
actively just like huff at such comments.
The
I know you.
magic items are much more useful to him. You can see he spends a lot more time going over their craftsmanship, their quality. Like, it's obvious they're not from these lands, but they're still dwarven, and that's fascinating to him, I imagine, in some ways. So he'll be a little more like you can see when he goes to the coin, he's pulling out a decent amount, like you can tell. As he starts to count out what he wants to actually sell them for. I gotta do some math.
And you know, if in case coin or whatnot don't work, again, other items you can work for. You know, a prized jewel of your possession, or a firstborn child, or you know, a series of favors.
He just stares at you and just grumbles under his breath. Fucking merchants.
um, No, not free.
Oh shit! If you want trying to do all this fucking weird ass haggling shit, he might have even asked you about whether you even got the fucking shit from.
You know, I got it from some. I think they're called Bulkslanders.
Oh no,
I don't know.
he's not asking you where you fucking got it from because you keep talking like this. He's not saying shit to you.
I love Gorn.
Go for it.
All right. So he separates everything other than the guns off to one side, and he hands you. He looks over at you and he's like, "You meant, the idea of platinum." And I think the suggestion of like, would you like a gemstones or something maybe else too? He could do that. But nevertheless, and then he goes over and guns are. This part of the world took the longest to get guns in some ways. So he spends a little bit longer on those two, trying to look those over. And I need to do some math for them. Because a basic gun axe is pretty decent. Now you get a +1 on it.
You'd probably have
Wow.
to consult with Nesta when it comes to
Yeah,
firearms too.
Nestor would be firearms and explosions.
and I think,
Things that go boom.
yeah, and that brings up an idea of like, you probably meet with Gorn over these couple days a few times, as he like does tests on them and kind of things like that. Uh, acid tests and durability tests and things like that to try to see what they're actually worth. Um, and then auto blunderbuss.
Dude, if you said it was auto blunderbuss, I'd take that bitch immediately to Nestor. Like, I feel like anybody would be like, nope. If I click this shit and it goes boom, 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 I'm taking that shit to Nestor. Like, that's crazy.
Well, that means there's.
They need to see this thing.
Shit, Horde would maybe
I mean, he
be tempted to
technically
sneer.
saw the equivalents when AK was around.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, but AK, he's like all that shit's built into him. This would be like
Well,
Okay.
he has a gun
Um.
that's built into him, but he does have his own separate firearm.
He's built different.
Okay. He
Constructed alternatively.
One of those meetings, I imagine, is just about one of the guns, and the gun axe. He is worth a decent chunk. I'm gonna kind of just add everything together, and then you
Right.
can ask me if you want specifics. But nevertheless, he after your days of dealing and looking at him and meeting with Nestor when Nestor's not busy, and then you coming back to meet with him and Gorn, he settles in on for everything in your treasure list there. The hammer, the axe, hand axes, breastplate thing, shield, and whatnot.
Mhm.
And then the guns. For everything, he offers you 42.25.
42.25.
well, damn.
All right, the 25 can be in gold pieces.
All right, 25 in gold pieces, and then 42 platinum. Well, no, 420
Hey,
platinum.
wait a minute! You're trying to fleece me.
And you gotta remember, Seth is an English teacher, so. But nevertheless,
Stop doing math here.
you 1,600 of that was the guns alone.
Mm.
1,000 gold for the auto blunderbuss. You're guessing he's probably going to try to sell that for double or triple that.
Oh, I had 4 of those set.
You had 4 what?
4
Oh, I missed the little 4 over there. All
Oh, he
right.
missed
Well,
the
let's
4.
add another 3,000 to that.
Woo!
Okay, so 720 platinum pieces will give you and 25 gold.
Jesus, pretty
For
good.
it.
That's
We
nice.
take those.
Gorn, in essence, like player knowledge, big picture knowledge. Gorn only had about 10,000 gold on it, so right now, without having to go to Conundra and asking for bank money.
Alone.
Oh, fuck that. Fuck
Uh,
that.
No, nobody. I don't
Um,
think any. Oh my god.
No one goes to Conundra ever.
Nobody ever goes to
Well,
Conundra.
the irony is
Except
most
me.
people are forced
I
to.
remember
I
Conundrum.
have to go to Conundra. It's always me.
Alec is the only
Conundra,
one.
Son of a
Conundra
bitch.
creates conundrums, to be sure. Okay, well, so yeah, those items
Sucks.
you can, those items are accounted for. That's a decent chunk of change.
Hmm.
Yeah. I gotta talk to Alec about some stuff. And I got
Yes.
money now.
Okay,
I
so
got
I'm
I
gonna
got money.
say, I'm gonna say,
They take your money.
Liam, that is a big chunk of those 3 days. Here is
All right.
not all of it. I imagine you can do some other things here and there throughout the day, but I imagine 4 to 5 hours every day of that 3 days is meeting and counting money and doing paperwork, and because I imagine Conundrum makes Gorn do paperwork, and Gorn fucking hates it.
Conundra will make everyone do paperwork. The only reason anyone
17,
deals with Conundra,
17 forms to buy 1 item, guys. 17 forms.
17
That's
forms,
ridiculous.
baby. That's the kind of money we were fucking with out here in the Dragonlands. Just
Well,
saying.
yeah, that's no shit. Like the Dragon Rider lands and Grindstone Grain are 2 of the richest places on the planet.
I
There's
think
so much.
I think this is where people come to get money. Like people think it's the
Mhm.
city of salt, but like when you make it here,
Well,
that's how
why
you
else
really
did
get
Waveler
money.
come here? You know, like
Yeah.
Waveler came
Yeah.
here for a reason, and even if he failed, he still succeeded. like,
like the
People
anime.
think you make money in the city of the salt, but holy
like,
shit, dude.
No.
well, he now has a connection with Milo, which is like
Yeah.
Milo is like the
And now,
the Yakuza is what Milo is now.
yeah, and now he's connected
Like,
like through the human kingdom through me and all
yeah.
kinds of stuff. Yeah, dude, no, we're all fucking hella connected. It's
No,
a money, it's a paper trail out here.
well, guys, you're now understanding why World War One's about to happen. So,
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Horde, I think.
Dude is gonna die?
Oh, who's getting assassinated? Is it me?
I haven't
yeah.
decided who is assassinated yet, but I do love that irony. I do love the idea that all of a sudden, next campaign, you guys hear someone's assassinated in World War One, and I'm like, yes.
I also bet that Horg has access to the area that his father was in because of his abilities, and his Gilgrin had a fuck ton of gold as well.
Well, didn't that
Oh.
plane collapse?
Oh yeah, dude, we have so much money.
It didn't
out here.
collapse.
No.
Because we didn't establish a demon lord there. Because we had to teleport out, otherwise we said we'd be swallowed whole by it.
Yeah, but we could go back there again.
Horde can pretty much go wherever he wants.
Like we'd like have to go back again.
Besides,
He-
grab a bag
Horde
of
would.
Horde would grab a bag of holding or 2 or 3 and just
Oh yeah, I'm not saying like you didn't get any stuff, but I'm saying since we like there was a whole big thing that they had to get out of there.
I'm gonna say Horde got a decent chunk. He didn't get all of it, but he got a decent chunk of it.
a decent chunk of that fucking pile though.
Like even if he got to go back and scavenge through what was left of it, like it would have been a large chunk. I think we would
Okay,
have found.
I'm thinking with that number I'm just rolled, Organoth has about, you know, 60 plus thousand gold that he has access to.
Yeah.
At least. Like, and that's like gold that he's personally stolen and he has hidden away wherever his little hoard is.
Yeah, because
In
he's
the
not
Dragon
dealing
Rider
with Conundra.
Academy.
He's not dealing with Conundra. Fuck that.
Yeah.
No.
I think
And then
Alec is the same.
Wildebrand, as we've discussed, he has at least 6
Yeah.
hordes
He's got
around the
6
lands.
hordes, and Alec has probably like 6 hordes. Alec is like so.
Well,
fucking
I imagine
risky.
you go to the right book on the first level and you open a dimension door to like your little bank or whatever that no one's aware of.
It's like
Nah,
what I
it's just a
imagine.
pile of gold in the
And
sleep zone.
It's like what the room of requirement in like the Harry Potter when they're like flying through it and shit, and there's like shit falling through. That's probably what my bank looks like, but it's money.
oh,
Like
and
it's so much money.
Seth, I absolutely bet you Horg has stolen from the Elven Kingdom multiple times.
Oh yeah,
Just to spite them.
yeah.
And that's
I
not- yeah, that's-
imagine Horganoth. It's like a weird thing. I imagine that they know if they hurt you, if 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 they hurt you, there's consequences from it. But I imagine there's still like a shoot on sight order if anyone sees you, and if anyone's like even the lowly guard that has 11 HP, if he sees you and doesn't shoot you, he will lose his job. You know, kind of thing. Even though
he has to
if he sees you.
it's in his
Because-
job description to try and then try to get out of it and be like,
Yeah.
no, I didn't. He didn't. Okay, he didn't.
Like he has political connections that make it easy, but I imagine it's one of those things that no one has caught you red-handed. No one has. Like everyone like thinks and assumes Horganoth has done this. I imagine Farinor like knows that Horganoth has done this, but also
100%.
no one has seen like I would have to do a lot of reading to find the right spells to figure out what they would need to do to make sure
They probably, dude, they couldn't.
I
It's
mean,
crazy.
like
what?
it would
Like,
require
listen.
grip of warding, symbol, multiple things. And I made a general rule since the midpoint of the Dragon Rider campaign when things were getting really high level that I made a general rule that like high level mages are rare as fuck. Like
Yeah,
you'll
dude.
have lots of people that can get to quote unquote level 10 and hit that 4th and 5th level area, but very few people are going to get to 6, 7.
Okay, Hork is so good at stealth, he disappears out of existence.
He can
He
teleport.
technically, yeah, he has his stealth is good enough to where it's almost invisibility, almost.
And dude, I mean between like, where is it? Oh my god, there's. So
And
many
I
spells.
forgot to mention this, but Horg, because his passive stealth is just a 28, and so he just and when he's especially standing still in a dim area, you keep blinking and have to refocus just to pay attention to him. Eros has like the easiest time doing it because of her fucking passive perception, but Horg could just slip out of your vision just at any moment in time.
It happened multiple times. Okay, we got on a sidetrack there. So Liam is selling items. Strike is getting tattoos and wraps and things from the weird monks that live in this area. I imagine are doing a lot of that. And then what?
Maybe.
Okay, then does Eros or
Yes.
Oh
shit.
Brain is farting.
Well, I did burp. So.
Oh, well, Trillo's. You didn't bring Trillo here, so there you go.
Well,
all right.
But
Does
I'd probably help Sarek out in what he needed too, like finding books and stuff. Like if I have to make those checks, I will.
I'll say
like, I don't know
what
what
make
he's
checks as well.
Like I guess like Alec could talk his ear off about the anatomy of dragons all fucking day. So any questions?
Well, we can say, yeah, that definitely can assist. In that capacity.
And that's kind of
Let me read this thing
Alec's
again.
shit too. The magical monster.
Anatomy of monsters and dragons, magical monsters.
Would Wildebrand be up for some training or would he be pouting?
He's probably pouting because you beat his ass.
He's pouting. He probably flew out of the city to one of the mountain ranges nearby, and it's like
Alec probably knows by now. He's like, you beat his ass, and he's learning a lesson right now. He'll be back eventually.
Well, I would like to say I thought he did pretty damn good.
He did.
He did me down to pretty much half health.
Yeah. Like dragons, even if he is he was a suit. He's like the equivalent of a CR8. Like
yeah, he
good.
was. He protected me in a lot of
CR7
situations I should have been dead in for sure.
Mhm.
I would have been dead in.
I looking back on those things, the balance of it inevitably worked out. But
yeah,
lower level. We should have started a little higher level, I feel, but okay. Eros. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, okay. Well, if Alec, we can say, for the research purposes, that, um, well, I guess it's up to you. Do you want to roll and ask some questions of your own, and then we can add that to the what possibly Sarek learns, or do you want to assist him and give him advantage, or do you want to, like, another way you can assist him is like assist him to a point to where rather than give him an advantage on everything, in one ways you can assist him on dragons, and then in that particular role, um, then he'd have like a lower DC basically.
Well, yeah, if he's talking about specifically dragons and like, because monsters, Alec doesn't really study like he studies demons a little bit, but not like anything super crazy. Like the Gorgons, he can find information on stuff and read it if need be, but he doesn't
Dude,
like have
okay.
all that innate
Mhm.
like stuff about it. Like if he was talking about dragons, he could probably talk about dragons for
Mhm.
hours and not bat an eye.
Yeah.
It's like he feels
I
them.
imagine Alec is writing the current world's Dragonomicon.
Yeah,
Yep.
like he's like he feels dragons in a different way, I guess, than other people do.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it only makes sense to talk about dragons in that way to somebody that doesn't know much about it. So I guess anything he can get, like anything he asks about dragons, he can get like a lower DC, and then anything, I guess if he needs books, I can help him find. So books would probably be locating knowledge would be advantage, I guess, on those checks.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So I like that. All right. So lower the DC on dragons and then give him advantage on like. Oh, my headphones fell off.
Because he might ask me like what kind of where am I looking for this, and we're in the library, so Alec can probably be like, hey, if you look in this book you might find it, or here's like 4 books you can dig through in like 20 minutes to try to find this information if you need it, and then we can go from there.
Love it.
Like
Okay, I'm gonna say the other bonus that you're gonna just give innately is normally research of this quality requires a little bit of gold investment to like just make those connections, rent the books, do everything. He doesn't have to worry about that. Because you know where everything is. Pretty much. Or have an assistant that can help you. I imagine in these 10 years to be clear, there's no new dragon riders, but I imagine there's been a lot more. There's been the people that kind of left the city have kind of returned in the last few years that have gone on their different things. Some of those part of that pilgrimage and things.
and earlier, I mean, we were talking
And
about
the cities and towns that were hit the hardest by the elves, I imagine many of those people inevitably moved it back here, within the walls. But yeah,
I think me
okay.
and Liam too were talking about we were role playing it a little bit about how the chromatic dragons are more like common here, so I guess maybe dragon riding hasn't been. I guess just
Dragon
because we don't really
riding there.
like
Well, you
chromatic
remember
dragons, but if you pick
you
them,
made a loose truce with Feanor that you wouldn't make any more dragon riders.
yeah,
There's a loose truce. And because of that, the forges in the Dwarven Sanctum that make the items, they've stopped crafting the items. So that and with the additional layer that many dragons have left, especially the metallic dragons have left the plane or gone to different lands and things like that because of what has happened. I imagine it's just the opportunity for someone to both want it, keep the item, long enough to find an egg and then raise an egg or find a dragon, like, that's 1 in a million, kind of was the chance right now. So, and I imagine Alec and Nestor in particular, as part of this movement, you guys probably have one of the vaults here that has items that can establish those bonds that were made in the past that you're like holding on to for the future.
Yeah. Alec is probably studying how to make them. Like,
Mhm. The dwarves that make them, I also want to add that extra layer is something I thought of during the end of the last campaign, but never. I don't think I've ever vocalized this. The dwarves that make those items are from a generation that's nearing their end, kind of thing. Like
yeah.
I like to think of it like in the same way in our modern world where you see less and less people do textile work, and it's usually the people in their 60s and 70s that are doing the embroidery and stitching and things like that. Like it's one of those art forms that's like dying out, kind of thing. That there's only a handful of dwarves that are 400 and 500, 600 years old that still remember how to do that.
And I think Alec is not afraid to get his hands dirty either. Like, especially being with this on the sword, like, because he had to like learn how to use all the 9 answers and stuff. He's probably like gained an affinity for using swords and stuff too. So he's like, if you can literally teach him how to make them, like if you teach him the process, like he can. He's been trying to preserve it. I think for sure.
Mm-hmm. So I guess an echo of that point is even if people in other campaigns, there's an opportunity for them to become dragon riders. It's just rare. Kind of thing. I wanted to leave that idea open. Okay. So Alex
Eros
helping
can
with some
ride
research.
BBD.
Technically, you would need to find an item that has the essence of a black dragon in it.
Or
And
just
then you
become
would
real good
need
friends.
and then that black dragon essence would actually need to be one that's blood related to the black dragon that you're talking about, which is a luck check. Let's see. Luck check. They are related. Um
No, just gonna find it.
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
find
now she just got to get on big BBD.
it.
Big Black Dragon.
All right. Well, Eros, what is Eros doing?
So, tiny flashback to the start of them being at the academy. Alex taking them to the library, and as Alec nerds over all the books and whatnot, and Horg is just watching apathetically, just munching on his popsicle steak. Eros would say, "Hey, uh, that Nestor person who has the bombs, can you just show me to them?" Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Better than being here. Like, and that he would begin leading her off towards Nestor. Uh, oh, along the way, he'll ask, why do you need bombs anyway? I mean, not that you can't have bombs. There's always a good use for bombs. I'm just curious. Not trying to deny you or anything. Oh, I want to fuck up some dwarves. Fuck up some dwarves! Fuck yeah! Wait, where? The dwarves are out here are actually a little bit peaceful. Not like the elves. Fuck those guys. I stole some of their shit last night. That was fun. But no, seriously, why would you want to fuck up the dwarves? No, no, no.
Kurganov gives me like Merry and Pippin vibes when he talks about stealing from the elves. It's like them stealing from the farmer or whatever. Oh, the potatoes
Yeah,
from
dude.
last week.
Dude, Eros hasn't even met the sword yet. Like the gun did the thing.
Give me a minute.
Oh, Squelcher.
Give me
It's
a
been a
minute.
while.
What? No, I'm not. I'm not actually from this continent. I don't even know what this continent even really is. I'm from a different continent with different dwarves. Different continent, different dwarves. All right, you guys did mention that, didn't you? As well as that city with the giant meat dog. What was it called? Tarask? Yeah, Tarask. That. I tried looking that up, then I got bored, and I decided to, steal a few pigs and eat them, and I forgot. So there are dwarves out there, and you're gonna kill them? Yeah, pretty much. Why? Actually, no, I don't need a reason why. There's no reason to not kill a dwarf. That just sounds like fun. I mean, well, I'm not killing them for fun. They're kind of encroaching on the place that I live and a place that my friend lives. And he likes that place for some stupid fucking reason. But, I want to make sure that he's safe in whatever way I can. Oh, yeah, I kind of get that. I'd kill a few elves if they tried to fuck with this place. But I stick around too often. I kind of leave every few months to just do things. But yeah, I get that. But, question, how big of a bomb do you need? I don't know, something that could take out like an entire army? Well, that's a little optimistic. Maybe a few squadrons will be fine. Wait, an army of dwarves? Huh. That sounds fun. Can't remember the last time I killed an army. That was like 10 years ago. They were all humans. Wonder what it would be like to cut up an entire squadron of dwarves. Anyway, I'm gonna ruinate on that. Shut the fuck up, Squelcher. I don't want to hear your shit right now. I'm talking to the blood portal lady. My name is Eros. I'm talking to Eros. Yeah, I
I
don't
imagine
care.
Squelcher is basically saying something about like make her shut up, like cut her mouth so she stops talking.
Yeah, some shit like that.
uh,
Who is Squelcher? Oh, Squelcher, yeah. See this thing? You holding up, technically the silencer, but Squelcher is inside of it, imbued into it. Yeah, see this? This here? It talks to me. Tells me to do things. I tell it to shut the fuck up. Sometimes I agree with it. He likes killing elves. He really, really hates elves. Especially high elves. Don't know why.
dwarves are too short, he says at the.
Something about dwarves being short. I don't really get the difference, but, whatever.
Their beards stink, he says.
Mm. I carry around shit, Squelcher. How do their beards smell any worse than that?
You don't know how the sword shrugs, but it does.
I'm how the sword shrugs.
He's not very
But
smart.
it does.
He's actually pretty
Yeah.
dumb. Like, really fucking dumb. So you're talking to your gun? Sword? Yes, it can talk to me. It's an ancient artifact that was once used to, I don't know, do some boring shit that I keeps talking about, but I just don't pay attention anymore. I'd rather chew on the paper and then shit it out. You do a lot of things with shit. Yes.
The sword
Yes, I
asks
do.
you to ask Eros if these dwarves have killed elves before.
He wants to know, have the dwarves that you're trying to kill killed elves before? Yeah, I think there was something about some ancient war between the dwarves and the elves. I don't fully understand it. Don't really give a
Squelcher
shit
thinks
either.
he's smarter than you, no matter how much you say otherwise. He does think he's smarter than you.
Oh my god.
He does. So, like, I imagine he tries to like have a telepathic like aside to himself, but you hear everything as he says, "Well, finally, I can get back in the hands of one of my creators and take over the world."
Right. Yeah.
Squelcher is kind of insane since you've turned him into something he wasn't originally
Compare?
imagined to.
I'm sorry.
Compare-
Was he not already before?
no.
Not really.
For what he was created for, he was very sane.
He was just
Sanity is a better
dumb.
perspective.
He is a neutral evil sword, so
He was just dumb.
he was just dumb too. Um,
Now he's
but
hyper stupid and hyper.
you generally get the impression Squelcher wants to go there so that he can find a new master that is going to help him kill elves, because dwarves kill elves based upon what you just told him and what he vaguely remembers, but his memory sucks ass.
How many times do I have to go over this, Squelcher? Alec can recall any of the 9 answers to him at will. Meaning, I am your only master.
He has another aside to himself. Only time will tell.
He's looking for another
I
master,
will-
like it's not gonna be the same guy every time. Holy shit, what?
I will not fucking tell. I am a demon and an elf. I'm going to live for thousands of fucking years,
my
and you're going to
God.
be in my fucking back pocket.
It's gonna be the same 2 dudes for the next like 400 years. Oh my
Anyway,
That's
my marital relations aside with my killing instrument. Yes, through these doors we'll enter Nestor's laboratory. Don't touch anything or it will explode. That is not a threat.
Oh
That is a promise.
God.
Okay, cool. And Horde pushes open the giant doors leading into the chaotic place that is probably Nestor's workshop, and shouts out, Nestor! I know you're still awake. You don't sleep. Ever. I think I found you
The
passed out for like
room
2 days once, but now.
the room used to be more of like a workshop, and now it's like a giant warehouse area that has this huge cranking like turbine thing in the center of it that Horgonoth loosely understands. Once Nestor is finished with all the different parts, he will have effectively created like the city will be able to hover off the ground. Like he's almost done with the huge project. Kind of thing. He like has everything loosely. So, and then there's like this ladder that goes up into this like gear turbine thing, and in the center of it, Nestor opens up a door and comes on this little like balcony, like crate metal balcony, and looks down like 20 feet to you all down on the ground. And there's still a workshop kind of around the turbine, but this takes up like a huge section of it. And they climb down the ladder, and this little gnome, small even for a gnome, looks down at you, and there's a homunculus that I forgot what their homunculus looks like. I think it was a little eagle. Little hawk comes down and flies around and lands on their shoulder. And then there's multiple little turrets that are like little spider things that crawl into and around in the workshop area. And one kind of comes and like turns itself into a little stool so Nestor can sit down. And Nestor, I imagine, takes out their little like steampunky looking pipe and is clearing it out and is about to sit down. What do you want? I'm taking my 15-minute break now.
So, Horgernoth, weird name, says that, you have explosives?
He looks behind you. Is Organaut trying to get you to buy so he can blow up? Last time it was like some like Faranor's airship, but
Hey,
yeah, no,
hey,
we're not doing that.
Hey, listen. After killing my dad, I got plenty of gold. And I could easily just, I could blow
Yeah.
that place up if I wanted. But, that's not why we're here. Okay? It does not have anything to do with me for right now. Maybe later, because that sounds fucking hilarious.
the gnome has this like blondish pointed beard and pointed mustache that they start to groom with one hand as they put the pipe in the side mouth and just kind of nod and kind of raise their eyebrow with like that I'll believe it when I see it kind of look. And it takes a puff off their pipe and looks over at Eros and is like, well, I got bombs. You don't look like you're from Dobby. I don't think I've ever seen a human as pale skinned as you, other than a lick before he turned red.
Well, Eros is really tan. So, but
Well, there you
definitely a different, not Dobby like tan though. So yeah, it would be like, you're dark skinned, but not normal.
You're more like Native American,
Yeah.
I imagine. Light skinned Native American. Um, East Coast Native American. Nevertheless.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I
don't.
got various bombs and stuff. Bombs imply war. We're not currently at war with anyone, at least unless Alec forgot to send me a memo.
No, we're not at war yet.
All right, good. So, who you killing?
Dwarves. Not apparently no, not the dwarves that are here. I'm from a different continent. We have dwarf infestation problems there, and I need explosives that we can launch out of catapults so that we can keep our distance for a while. We're kind of at a bit of a numbers disadvantage, and need to take out as many of those fuckwits as we can.
Okay, well, something you can fit in a catapult. That's that's gonna be expensive,
Hmm.
to be
Hmm.
sure. Like those are big. That's like me size.
Yeah, sure, possibly, maybe.
Okay. Well, we got plenty. I invented this stuff called black powder. You may have heard of it. We call it dragon powder, but hey, nevertheless. And so I got plenty of that. One keg of this is, oh goodness. I haven't really thought about that before. One keg is certainly enough to mess some of your dwarven enemy friends up. Um. Okay. So one keg. I don't know. I got a dozen. I could probably get another 6 to you if you wait a couple days. So I don't know. Like 200 gold each,
Hmm. 200 gold.
or we can look at some other options. But that's what I got immediately on hand.
Hmm. Is 200 gold your lowest price?
That sounds like a persuasion check to me if I ever heard one. Completely average. And it's a 27 for completely average. Um, well, he look he looks you up and down, and Nestor, I don't imagine it's any sort of attraction, which is weird to say with Eros in some ways. Because I never got the impression with our time with Nestor that was something that Nestor cared for or even thought about. So I don't think it's an attraction thing. I think it's more of a curiosity to see how this works. Like, can you use black powder in this way and do it in this capacity? Can it not be something that, they have for bombs? Because you can see over in the corner, I imagine that there's some bombs and stuff that they're smaller. Like, they're not as big as one of these kegs. So they'll do things, but it's more like you're going to stack up a bunch of those bombs, which inevitably is kind of the same thing. But that would be more expensive, to be sure, than just the black powder. So they are going to offer them for 75 gold each. And they said they have 12 right now, and they can get you another 6 if you wait a couple days.
75 gold, eh? Well, I can afford 5. But what if I ask for a loan and come back with a lot of dwarven armor afterwards? Or I sell that and then bring even more gold back.
Oh my god, you gotta go talk to Conundra. Fuck.
Alone. You can see Nestor sigh.
Oh no. Oh no. You don't want to do that. I'm trying to warn you now. You don't want to deal with Conundra.
Nestor sighs again, stands up, dusts off their knees, keeps their pipe in the side of their mouth, walks off to the corner, and there's one of those little trays like I have at work for different paper, and they take 3 pieces of paper from these things. And it's just like, well, you're gonna have to fill out these, and then I'm gonna have to get one of my workshop helpers to copy it in triplicate for Conundra. So we can't.
No. Oh, know what, Nestor, please. We don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. Look. Hey, you know what? You know what? Listen, Eros. Instead of doing all that, how about you get a loan from me, and you don't have to worry about that motherfucking Conundra at all. I'll pay for it. You pay me back. And the difference between me and Conundra is there's no contract. Okay? Okay. But what happens if I don't? Oh, I just slit your throat. I mean, that's just how business works. But trust me, a slit throat is far better than anything Conundra. That man will put you into fucking slavery, I swear to shit. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen. We once had this one farmer. He only needed a few extra gold. He ended up putting in a loan from Conundra. Next thing we know, he's off in the black. I find him in the black market. Okay, I didn't save him, but I did find him in the black market, and he did say it was because of Conundra. I did have to ask. I didn't save him though.
Okay, I don't know about that one.
Or maybe that's unrelated. I don't know. But the point is,
Nestor just goes to Argonaut and says, if he finds out, I'll lose my investment to the turbine in the southwest corner.
If he finds out, he won't, because this is my money and I can do whatever the fuck I want with it. Because remember, I'm not an affiliate of the academy. I turned down every single offer to be a teacher. Every single fucking time. I don't even live here.
Nestor gives that look to Eros like, thank goodness he did.
There's still hope.
There's maybe. Nestor is like an older brother to Organoth, like went out of their way multiple times to look out for Organoth. And is like, okay. And like turns around, takes the pieces of paper, and out of sheer glee rips them up, even though they don't need to. Just so they rip them up and say, hey, And then Nestor has this look on their face like we're breaking the rules, and they're excited about it.
Oh my god.
I don't know what's going on here, but I like it.
Everybody loves breaking the rules, but we don't like doing it 'cause it causes bad things to happen.
So,
Yeah.
We
so
don't like following the rules because it involves paperwork.
you put down for 5. I'll put down for all the others, and then you just make up the difference after you rob the corpses of those dwarves, which I'm guessing is probably what you're intending to do. Yeah, I'm intending to do that. I feel like after seeing a loot goblin do so much work, a goblin, I want to kill it. No, not a literal goblin. Oh shit, it's just an elf. Squelcher's like an elf. Shut up, Squelcher.
Kill
Uh,
it. Steal from him.
after seeing him, I'm thinking maybe he's not in. I mean, looting dead people isn't entirely a bad idea when they have good shit. It's just, actually seeing everything here. Fuck, we're broke as shit where I'm from. We don't have any money at all comparatively. You'd be lucky just to have a few thousand gold in your pocket. Here, I bet you guys are just overflowing with cash. Yeah, kind of. But yeah, you just, rob some dwarves, pay me back, and no one needs to know, especially not Conundra.
Okay. These kegs are pretty big. They weigh 20 pounds each.
Bag of
How are
holding.
you? Okay. Do you have anything else in your bag of holding?
Eros would say, I I never had a bag of holding. Here, just take mine, because this sounds too funny to let not happen. This one doesn't have anything in it. I don't think there is. Wait, and he pulls out like a dead chicken. Okay, there might be a few animal corpses in here, but it should be fine.
Oh lord.
Okay. Well, Eros gets a bag of holding that probably has many animal viscera in it. And you, with Horgonoth and Nestor's assistance help, uh, shimmy and shove the dozen or so black powder kegs in there and drawstring it closed and then put the flap on and magically turn 250 pounds into nothing
Filled with
of black
animal
powder.
viscera, and it was 12 cases now, 6 later, so
Yep.
18 in total.
Mm-hmm.
Black powder
So
eggs.
that's 360 pounds of black powder. And
Lord.
some wood.
That's some
Uh,
goddamn war crime level of American
Enough
patriotry.
to take out how much of the army?
Yeah, he'll take it enough.
depends on where and how you're shooting it. In base mechanics terms, a gunpowder keg, the container itself, you can cause it to explode. Right. Setting it up the right way, it does. It's basically a mini fireball. Is what it is.
Yeah.
It's 7d6 fire damage to every creature in a 10-foot radius from where it explodes. So
I was figuring it'd be like a fireball worthy thing.
yeah, it's pretty much equivalent to fireball. And if you mix that, I think, with the right situational stuff, it can be quite effective. Which is one of the conversations I eventually would like to have this session, is kind of bring you to this other map and you guys kind of think aloud and kind of like give me some ideas of what you guys are kind of thinking for with the placement of some of these things, because I do believe what, as most wars I think are laid out, like how you set up your battlefield is hugely important to your success.
I mean, home field
Where
advantage, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like having home field advantage does matter. Doesn't matter significantly. I just look at what, like, you guys made mention. I did a little research on it. I'm gonna do some more research on it. Like just looking at what the Viet Cong did to us. When we tried to invade over there. Like when or even looking at, I forget the name of the battle, but when we tried to invade Japan in World War II, and what Japan did to us for months and months before we had any headway, and it was like a 2 mile stretch of land, and we couldn't get on their beach. They just decimated us because they knew the tunnels. They had literally used tunnels against us, to fuck us up. So
There's a just as a aside, like there's this really cool story from about Ethiopia, where Haile Selassie, one of the rulers, in order to avoid like the European takeover, uh, he sat outside pretending to be like this blind musician just playing on the road as an invading squadron army uh, got into the city, and then he had the entire army surrounded by the time they were like at the city center, and then the army just
mhm,
had to give up. But yeah, so like that's really cool.
yeah. Um. So okay. All of you have kind of done something. I can do some retcon with Nova to sort of establish any of those things. Is there anything else we want to do in the Dragon Rider lands while we're here?
Uh, Liam would want to talk with Alec separately about something.
Okay.
I would go through
Uh,
some books on tactics.
All of that is available. I'm just kind of like dealing with my unruly child, like 90% of the time.
mhm.
Like
Okay.
so.
I imagine the Dragon Rider Academy is huge. So,
Yeah.
and as the Grand Master and having a very widely quartered dragon, weird beastoid as your child, uh, I imagine you have to go to many a weird place. You know, I imagine in some ways this child, ironically, the way you describe him is probably how Horgonoth was when he was his age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
uh, in some ways. But nevertheless, you find, I imagine, Alec probably at a general store, like getting like stuff for his kid, kind of stuff. Like he's still a baby. He still needs like formula. I imagine there's some version of that, or like maybe there's a wet nurse that you're paying in town to like, uh, you know, pump milk for you, basically.
I'm giving that baby
Uh,
milk. Yeah.
okay, kind of thing. And probably he has to. I imagine Altric is growing faster than the normal baby, as well. So like he might only be like 3 months, but he probably looks closer to a year old or so,
Mm-hmm.
and is already like crawling and almost walking and stuff. So you probably have multiple babysitters you've gone through.
I mean, I imagine like his sister was kind of like the same as this, but like not as bad
Yeah,
as him. He's like just more temper flared,
there's
I would
something that
imagine.
he there. I like the idea that there's a little bit. I'm 100% leaning towards he is a draconic bloodline sorcerer. Like
Yeah,
that's what
he's
he is.
100% like freaking a monster. I don't know like
Um,
how to
Just
deal
let
with
so
him
me
because
take
it's not
care
how I
of
do magic.
him.
let me take care of him. He ties him to the top of a building.
Yeah, but he loves
Nevertheless,
it.
I imagine Liam finds him out and about in the city, somewhere on the streets with his kid.
Yeah.
Um, kind of going about the daily business. We'll take the scene away. What do you want to do?
Mm.
Busiest part of the city, I imagine. Like there's people around, but it's one of those things where busyness creates solitude if you're careful enough.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Or you can
Uh,
follow him and wait until he like
yeah, I probably
go
do
somewhere.
that.
That's perfectly an option too. I just imagine with a kid, he's usually out and about most of the time. So you probably follow him for an hour or so. He finishes his business, picks up the kid from the wet nurse, pays her off, and then makes his way back to the library. And once you get back to the library area, um, I think it would be easy enough for Liam, the roguish type, to peel away and kind of get him for a
But I
private
haven't noticed,
conversation.
like, I wasn't noticing that he's been trying to talk to me all day. Like,
I don't know. What's your passive perception?
uh, passive perception, not very high, but I have blind sense and stuff.
You
So
do have a blind sense. I doubt Liam would get that close though.
yeah, no.
Liam is a roguey character, so that's up to Liam in a lot of ways. Does Liam try to
If you ever
stay
saw me,
hidden?
like, I would tell you where
I
to
mean,
like.
yeah, I
Find me.
have ways of being hidden, so that you probably know uh, more of my abilities than the rest of the party. But yes, I would keep my distance. Like I would get close just when Liam can guarantee that, oh, this is private. Good, both of us can just talk. But he also would make a comment of like, "Geez, you take an eternity to trail. You do a lot of things all day."
I imagine this is in that opening door area of the library. Like he opened the first door and is going into the second door to unlock the second door, and there's this ominous echoed voice in this atrium area that has like the head of like some strange elk and like weird pictures and other books that are just stacked up for people to like, almost like short books like magazines. It startles out like I imagine, to be sure.
I
Probably
don't
not
think so,
with
'cause
Horde.
he's kind of used to like Horg being around him like all the time and just randomly showing up in
That
places.
yeah,
Nobody
touche.
ever knocks.
Yeah.
Well, especially not Horde.
No,
If
especially
anything,
not
Horde
Horg.
kicks the door down if he is making any
Yeah.
noise.
Horde
So,
can be the loudest rogue ever if he wants to be.
so it's like as long as whenever you're within 10 feet of me, I know you're there, and I'm just like, ah, Liam, hello. Are you enjoying yourself in your couple days and your stay? How long has it been? I've been running around with. Oh,
Well,
I have
who's here to
lost him
really keep
again.
track?
Uh-oh.
I mean, days are relative, if you know what I mean.
I don't. Days are not
Well,
relative.
depending
Days are
on what.
factual.
I mean, time can be fixed, but time can also be convoluted.
Time can be fixed, but time is not to be messed with. Time is. And he just like wait. He like Johnny Depp waves his hand at you, like
Like the little ooh, I know what you mean.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But Doctor Wizard, I have a curious question.
Does it have to do with time?
Dr. Wizard. Francis, get inspiration.
Sure, we take those.
Does it have to do with time?
uh, I mean, it can, from a certain
Mm.
point of view. More like space.
Well, space
I mean,
is totally different than time. Yeah, I don't think you want to. I don't even think you want to go there.
well, let's think of it this way. How did I get here?
You probably were made by a series
Oh,
of.
okay. That's my fault. I set the bar pretty low. How did I physically arrive here from the place where the other folk came from?
Well, the gods do mysterious things. They build things from nothing. It's the basics of transmutation if you really want to think about it, making nothing from nothing. But something you can also make everything from something. Look, this is not the time or the place for this. This is not the time or the space for this.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. And I don't think I'm relaying things pretty well. That
No.
lack of intelligence, so to speak. God damn it, how does Siri do this? Okay, how about this? I'm just going to break the ice right now. You've probably seen a lot of weird things. But
I imagine like we've unlocked the door and come through the library now. Alec is
No,
almost
yeah.
on the move.
but I want you to take a look at me. What was your name again? Ah, yeah, Doctor Wizard. May I have your name again?
Alec. My name is Alec Tith.
You see Liam smile and he said, Alec Tith.
I see.
But you hear your voice, Alec.
This is strange magic you show me. Why?
Magical? Yeah, I guess you could say that. But it's a bit more than that. And then you see your Liam's face become half Liam and half yours for a moment. Like, remember that scene, like, We Are Venom from, yeah, Liam does that a little bit. And then he just becomes fully you.
So you have the ability to change your form at will.
Indeed.
And so
Alec,
And-
you've heard of these creatures before, but they're very rare.
And so I am assuming that you are from a different plane of existence, not this one.
Exactly. And you gotta hear that it's like an excited version of Alex saying, yes, yes.
Okay.
But then, thank you for letting me have your name, but I believe I should be not you, for sake of courtesy.
I
And-
will warn you that one day, using my name will probably not be what you want. I have ways of taking my name from you, foul creature.
Oh, that's just a bit rude. But then Liam, well, as what was Liam, transforms what was Alec. You see in their natural form.
I would like to cast time stop.
Damn. Oh,
Alrighty then.
you know what? I'm gonna try.
Oh.
Why
So,
That's not right.
okay. All right. Let's see.
Look,
3 inspiration to add a plus 20 on the check.
that's what?
It's a check I have to do.
It's
I'll
an
make a
ability
check.
check. Yeah.
Well,
It is an ability check. You can do that on ability checks.
That is a fail.
Even on a plus 20 to the check.
That is a fail. On a plus 20 to the check? Okay, if you're gonna
Yeah.
just do that, dude, I'm just gonna counterspell your counterspell. No.
Fair.
Like,
bro.
if you're gonna be that guy, I'm just gonna counterspell your counterspell,
Hey,
man.
hey,
Do we
hey,
really
hey,
wanna,
hey. You didn't
we
even
wanna
let
go
me
there?
explain yourself.
We just,
I love it.
I do not think so.
Liam soon realizes he is a master wizard.
Holy
Oh,
shit,
shit.
this is a master wizard.
I love-
Meanwhile,
Okay.
I'm gonna roll that 1d4 now. There we go. Oh man, I love playing a wizard.
shut the fuck up. I said shut the fuck up. Okay.
What does it say? 3 hours? Go by
3
a few
rounds. 3 rounds. So you have the equivalent of 18 seconds.
I have the equivalent of 18 seconds to monologue to you why this is a terrible idea.
That I will not even hear.
Oh, you'll hear it. It's just, the sound will just hit you all at once.
So, Seth, if I have 18 seconds, how can I 18 seconds my name out of this creature's mouth? Let's think. Let's look at some spells here. Oh, let's see. What did I fucking do? Like, what do I know
Probably have
about these
modified memory, maybe.
Oh, man. I don't know if I do. Hold on. Telepathic bond. Oh, geesh. Man, dude. Have a great night.
Well,
Oh, baby.
Well, 2 things. One,
Oh,
Gesh,
fuck.
because Farwin plays around with this as well. It has a
Yeah.
minute casting time. And
Mhm.
2, unless you have special things with your time stop, the moment you do something to me, it will end, unfortunately.
That's fact. I have to think of like a good way to like I think I would just explain to you like all of the dangers of being Alex. Why you
That is
don't
fair.
want to be
You don't want to be
Alex.
me. Seriously, my life is terrible.
So, you may be an evil creature, but I feel like all of the gods and all of the existences will be hunting you. Like you do not want this. So I don't know if there's some sort of check I can make with you, but I don't
Well,
know.
that's the thing, Seth. Because time stop, it's literally like time stop the world. Like, I don't even know if I'm even going to be able to hear this unless you do a paralysis. Then that could be different, maybe to an extent.
Gross. Is that
Cast
just,
hold
like...
person on him.
Oh yeah, I can cast one person on you. I guess. Like I don't know.
Okay.
Probably break that.
I like the
Well,
time stop is unique in that capacity that like everyone but yourself, like you are alone. So
I could also just sit
like
here and wait for you
I
to
kind of like the idea that you time stop to monologue to yourself about how stupid this guy is.
Yeah, dude, for sure.
And it's just like
I cannot-
I just need 20 seconds break away from how stupid this guy is. And just
fuck. Like this man doesn't know. He has not
Like,
lived
oh,
my life.
and I would say if that's the direction we're going to, I'm
wait,
going to
do
give
I
you
have
two.
do I have a message spell? Have I learned how to like to communicate with people? Can I just
You
call
have
Horganoth down here?
Oh,
Like, can I
I'll
just-
here. Plot twist: Horganoth is in here with a 36 pass.
Oh,
36 health.
fantastic.
let's say you time stop, and that's the only reason why you know Horganoth is here. Is you stop time even for Horganoth,
like-
and you look up and you're like, Horganoth's here. Okay.
Say-
And you can see he's like he has the silencer aimed directly down at Liam.
It's just like so I think this time stop is purely like I'm just showing this guy that I am a master wizard and I also have shit up my sleeve. But this time stop is purely for me.
Yeah, flexing a
Only
little
for
bit.
me.
Flexing.
I'm just like, okay. Oh, I laugh about it. I cry about it, and then I just like look and I get back into the same position I'm in, and then just like, and then just like, go on. just I'm just like,
I'm trying to think because I literally imagine I would still be in the middle of saying my sentence after you did everything.
yeah.
But would I pick up that Alex demeanor has changed a little bit?
Yeah.
Hi. Yes, as you can see, I am. Huh. This is odd. Well, yes, indeed. I understand this could be very alarming.
I did not fucking do my spells, bro. I'm not ready to fight you.
Who said anything about fighting? Dearie, be a wizard, my friend. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to, well, arrange some insurance, as the word goes. But to kind of give you a description, you see this figure has silky white oily skin with a subtle light gray swirling patterns that move and shift like mixed colors in a pool of paint. They have short white hair, pupilless gray eyes, a rounded face with soft features, and a slender build. Like I would say, if by height, maybe like 5 feet and a little over 8 or 9 inches. Well, not really. I want to say he's probably still like having Liam's clothing. He didn't really change the clothes yet. I mean, he could. Also, I think it's suiting to change to another token. The token, which is, it's, oh, Seth, did we add it? I don't think it's added.
What?
It's not in the thing.
What thing?
The side, choose the side. It's somewhat, I'm sliding, it's not there. No matter, I can quickly pull. Let me see.
We'll just make group of this.
Good. Hold on. I have
Oh, do I, what's missing?
So what
my
is it?
my default token. It's not there.
What? All
Yeah,
this-
it's not there.
It's not. That's
It's not there. Oh no, it's not there.
You have no personality.
Oh, what a shame. But I can do
I
that.
don't know where the default is. I gotta find it.
These fucking changelings.
But yeah, that's what you see in the little corner over there from where my face is. That's not Liam's face.
Yeah.
Unless it lets me. If I drag it now, will it? Yeah, it does. Cool. Drag that there. Well, you have a concept of time and space, I presume. Perhaps on this great realm that we reside on. But I come here from time and time is very relative. As you were
No,
very.
I literally just showed you the time is factual. We are exactly 18 seconds ahead of where we were the last time we had a conversation.
From
Or
this
rather,
anchored plane.
you continued your, well, technically no.
It should be part of your your thing.
You are stuck on this plane because you are here. And so time is factual, not relative.
Yes, by abiding by the laws of time here. Yes. Usually, how I come here, there are certain. Well, you understand the concept of plane shifting when the planes overlap, as you can deduce. There are crossings where I can come in and out, and I meet many wonderful people from time to time.
Okay.
However, this adventure that I'm on, it's wonderful. I can say very, very wonderful. I love everyone that I've been able to interact with so far, but we're doing something rather dangerous. I was hoping that, uh, besides mere instruments of mass destruction, you could insight us to ways that could ensure that they succeed in their venture.
In what way?
Well, I'm at your mercy, so to speak.
Can see that. Though you can't yet. That's interesting. I don't think you're in a position to bargain with me. So why?
Well, why?
Yeah, why? Want to know why?
Well, all the world is a stage, and the stage is a world of entertainment.
Hmm.
This will be a fun story, especially if I live through it.
You won't.
Well, yes, especially given the path that these people have been taking with these dwarves.
No, you won't. I imagine it's like where Horgonoth is. It's like,
No,
nah, you won't. Like steps out of the shadows, gun to back.
Ah, I see.
Hmm.
Hork hasn't revealed himself yet.
Oh, he hasn't yet. I just say so. You won't. But I know. I know.
Well, what would it
You won't.
take? I presume that you like rather assets. I understand from your speeches.
I will not be used by you or anyone, especially not for a war on a continent that I do not even want to take part in. I do not
Hmm.
know where you strangers are from.
Well,
Bad enough I have
they
to
are
deal with
from
everything
another
on this
place
one.
of the world. I am from another plane.
I'm not worried about where they're from at all. I think if you're here. But why?
Why? But why? But why? Story of my life, almost.
So you want them to succeed in what exactly?
so they can live to continue to tell their story. Bit of a selfish venture, I know, I understand. Vain, from a single being, in the grand cosmic scheme of things. But they tell a rather entertaining story. Tell me, are you a religious man?
You could say that.
Change is good for the world. It staves off stagnancy, and it's a push for improvement. Where they are from, there is a bit of stagnancy, would you not say? At least the city that they so refuse to go back to.
I wouldn't know.
Well, of course not. You're living in luxury here.
And why would I venture there? I have no
Well-
gains in anything across this continent.
Well, that implies that you would come over there. I'm asking, what could you, with your brilliant mind, offer to give them a better fighting chance than simple weapons?
I have offered them enough, letting them come here in the first place.
I see, I see. Well, I thought the brilliant Alec Tith would have something. But I understand. Put a lot on your plate.
Brilliant.
I must thank
you
for allowing us to reside in your domicile.
All due respect aside, the great Alec Tith has no information on what you offer, or what I'm fighting against, or why you're here.
Well, what we are fighting against, I believe that Eros had informed you. These are dwarves of a different land that wield weapons of mass destruction. They wield these primordial constructs. The term has been passed along, Jorvians.
I have seen them. She has shown them to me. And I am helping you prepare the best I can for them.
Your knowledge is limited on these, I see.
My knowledge is vast, but not expertise enough about these. I have not found any of them here, I don't believe. Is that what you're looking for as well?
Oh, heavens, no, I do not care for those constructs. But, don't get me wrong, they are rather intriguing. But, they have a history to them that I do not like. But are you going to make me say it? You know I'm from a different plane. You know that they're fighting a war. I told you that I do care about their stories. But you're probably wondering that I am such an enigma that there must be some selfish master plan to all these things that I
Yes.
talk about.
Yes.
Well, allow me to
I've known-
alleviate your...
I've known a lot of people. I've known a lot of people in your position, and most of the time there's some sort of selfish agenda.
And I would be inclined to agree with you on that. There is something that is rather selfish. But do not worry, it is not world-breaking or master planning, at least I think. I simply want a means to go home on a consistent basis.
To go home. And once again, we run into the problem of I have no information. Where are you from? What are you? Who are you, really? Because you're not Liam.
Liam
You
is a very good boy. Very, very precious to me when I met him.
weird.
I am
Okay.
known by many things, but you can call me Jacques.
And now that I know your name, that'd be good. No, I'm not going to transform into you. I just be really funny. Yes, we could go upstairs and discuss where you are from, what you're doing here, how you came to be as you so like. But why? So you are Jacques, and where are you from?
You may call me Jacques. And where
will
I am
call you
from, I'm surprised. Are you not familiar with the plains? Well, I guess my demeanor's not enough. I am from the land of Fae.
Okay. I've known many a creature from Fae, and you change forms often. Yes.
Well, not often. Well, often.
So you want a consistent portal to the Fae realm.
A portal sounds very, very solid. I mean, if that's the only way how it can make this work, then I suppose I'll accept that.
Are you looking for some sort of implement in planar travel, like you need the material components of the plane shift? Do you want me to just send you home? I could just send you there.
You could, but that is not what I'm exactly asking. But I'm very,
No.
very terrible at relaying. I want a means to be able to transfer between my home and this realm.
That is
At any
very
point.
difficult.
I
Without
understand this.
a I mean, you
This will
could
take
get
much, much
fork.
time. Much, much time and much, much expertise. That you can go at your own pace. I only ask that, while you do so, I reside here, and I'm at your services for whatever political games that you may or may not want to do.
Okay, I guess now Brandon is confused because Alec would just tell you straight out, like, you could just buy a fork, dumbass, and just cast the spell and go there. Like, in a matter of words, he would just be like, just buy a. It's like it's not even that much. I'll give you mine if you want it. Like, here, get out of here.
Like, if you did, you fuck off.
Yeah, like what do you want? Like, do you? So he's like, do you want a portal to and from back from the same point?
Yes, that I can use at any point. And works more
What
than
and
once.
why would I help you with that?
Well,
Unless you have interest in me going to the Feywild,
well, if you want to come, I'd be more than happy to be your guide.
I would not. I've heard terrible things about that place.
Especially if you go alone, yes.
Hmm. Would Alec even think that this was possible though? Like, surely not. You'd be like,
Not
be
to
like,
mention the
you could just
dangers.
go to and yeah, you could just go to and from the Feywild if you wanted to. So you're hiding something from me, like for sure. I don't know, like that's just how I feel like he would feel. Like
Like,
there's something you're not telling him. Like so, I guess it's like an insight check, right? Because there's something you're not telling him because you could literally just freely transfer from the Feywild if you wanted to and from. But why would you need a portal? Is like his question would be. You
portals
dig?
work two ways. Other people
Yeah.
can get through as well.
Yeah. It's like, why do you need portals? Like, why do you need a portal?
Well,
You
to best
dig?
answer that question, and it mostly is out of game, Liam, I'll say quote quotes,
Well,
he can
like, I
get
don't know
into
if I can make
the.
some sort of check for this or like I'm confused. Like, I don't know what to do.
Well, that belies I'm hiding something, and I don't know if I'm really hiding anything.
Well,
No,
that's
But
what I
that's not.
mean. Like, if you're not hiding anything, like Alec is just I'm gonna just say Alec is just confused because his solution as a wizard would tell you just get a tuning fork and go to and from the the planes if you wanted to do that. But
Yeah,
he's
have a
like
tuning fork. Now
he's
fuck
more
off.
like, why would you need a portal to come to and from? It's something you could already do. You
that
just need to go
implies
like
that I can do this at will, and that I have
you
control over it.
you could.
Very, very rarely.
Well, that is the wild of teleportation magic. It is wild. That's the point of exploring it. There would be no point if you I mean unless you're talking about creating some sort of magical circle that could travel to and from planes, but even then that would be hard.
Hmm. A magical circle.
Well, that
Perhaps.
that would have to be the only way. You couldn't travel plane to plane without a plane shift spell, unless it would have to be a circle imbued with the ability to shift planes, like interplanar travel, which is usually like a god thing. Alec would know. He's like, that's not like a thing I can just make a circle, like make it do. But there's ways to bind things from other planes to certain planes, but can you unbind like a circle to take you plane to plane? That's something like he'd have to study. Which he'd be interested in, but it would be weird that you would ask him something like that. He would be skeptical to help you because he doesn't know why you would need it. Other than for something other than evil, because there'd be no reason. There'd be no reason to travel from plane to plane unless you're bringing evil shit back to this one.
Such a narrow-pointed view to have.
Narrow
Every
is the way of the wizard, I suppose.
what a strange point of
Well,
view
this,
to hold.
well, this is how it's just narrow teleportation magic hasn't been, messed around with very often. It's hard to do in the first place.
Perhaps, but I have faith that no matter how much time it may take, you could help in this.
Oh my god, he could. He so could. But he would, like I said, not. He would want to know why you would want to do it. Like, what's your personal reason? Like, why would you personally want to do something like this? Something like this just doesn't come off the tip of the tongue for me. It's something I've thought about many a time, but it's something that I would never dare to mess with unless prompted. So why would
Well,
somebody like you, somebody who can already do what you can do, going to and from, and it would be strange, the Fae, you would think that you would be more open to the wildness of the teleporting around and the gallivanting, as you so put it.
truth in that. Embracing the chaos, yes. But I've done this too many times, where at one point I'm in one point in time, and time does not flow the same in the land of the Fae as it does here. One
No, but
moment I could be
time.
gone a few days, another moment I could be gone centuries.
Well, then that would be all fine and good because time doesn't. I mean, time differs here on this plane, no? Like, it's probably a different time if I were to go to maybe a different continent or maybe a different place. But if you were thinking about planar time, like time to people that can travel planes, like gods and other higher up level demons and devils and stuff, they don't care about time. So time is something that here on the mortal plane traveling from would be strange. That's why they just do it at a mortal will without having to worry about it. It usually comes on a go to go basis from person to person. No? By this point, we're like up in the office, and I'm like, he's probably like packing a pipe and like thinking about like what the hell, like.
What if you want to care? Care about the era that you're in.
I mean, I care
Do you know
about
how
the
many?
era that I'm in, but time is a factual. It's a linear plane that will continue to travel without you.
Hmm,
That is why time is so strange. That's why it's not to be messed with.
it sounds to me that you underestimate your abilities.
I underestimate your abilities. I actually underestimate your ability to tell me the truth. I just want to know why you would want to do something like this. It just makes no sense.
And I underestimate your abilities to deduce the truth.
Hmm.
It is what I want to do. Because it is what I want to do.
Is this
To be
for?
able
Is
to
this?
come from my home and come over here and not have to worry about time differentials.
Hmm. Well, the time differentials would be the only problem. I don't think you could fix the time differentials. Hmm. Like, you couldn't, right? Because it's, I mean, unless, so are you talking about making like a calendar, like linking our calendar to other planes and shit? Like, oh my god, what are you doing?
Well, it's more like from Liam's experience when you do a fake crossing.
Yeah,
You cannot guarantee the time that you are in when you do a fake crossing. But if you do
Yeah.
like a plane shift, more or less you might be able to.
yeah.
Whether it's through a plane shift spell or a magical item that can allow you to shift through the planes.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't matter because days would pass for you being in there anyway. Like, so, like, if we went, like, it might feel like we'd be there for days, or it might feel like we'd be there for hours, but we'd be there for like months. You know, that's not something like you could change. Right? Right? God? That's not
God?
something you could change, right?
Are you trying to change the space-time continuum? Is that
That's
what
what I'm
I'm hearing?
saying. Are we
Essentially,
are you
yeah.
space time continuing me? Because like Alec is the guy to talk to if you want to space time the fuck out of this shit, but like
Like, if
he's
you
Well, let's-
confused about it. Because he's
like,
like, I don't want to fuck with it if you're like not
Um,
confident you could do it. Because it's gonna screw
and
everything.
Alex been to the astral plane. He knows what
He's
it's
been
like.
everywhere.
He knows what that shit. Holy shit! He knows what this is
Holy
like.
fuck.
Alec just rolled a natural 20 on a religion check.
Let's go.
Because this isn't really Arcana. This is religion. This is
my
like
gut feeling.
how have the gods organized things, I guess.
Yeah.
But I rolled a check because I was curious to see if Alec would have any understanding with his current involvements, like the idea of what is coming, so to speak. I need to look at one thing.
Like with this whole like death god thing that's happening, or like
Yeah, because
because that would also screw everything up.
the um
Like Alec is interested. But he's just confused.
timeline wise, this is after you guys did that.
Yeah.
So that would make even more sense. Alec and many wizards and clerics of his caliber have there's assumptions being made. There's no defining truth behind this. But with Bahamut leaving the material plane, with the gods summoning champions to fight on the other planes in a capacity that's never been really seen in this way, Alec is wondering if there could be an opportunity to do this. There is a theory from the clerics of the world that there's not a guaranteed time. No one knows because it's out of thought and time. It's how long ago I guess it's happened. But there is a convergence of things happening between the different planes, impending in the near future. You can't guess how long that is with what little information you have. But that convergence usually allows for manipulation of this. And the last time a convergence happened in this capacity, you know, a good dozen or so deities asserted their ascensions because it allowed that capability to kind of happen. And then there was like a whole like reestablishment of like how do we organize the different planes and these different souls and things because of that. And that was established for millennia, right? And then Iconero comes by and changes it all. So there's some tension that's happening that gods are making choices to do more with the material plane than they've ever had because of what has kind of happened. They've lost control over their strongest power source, if you think about it, in a lot of ways. So, time and space may not be the same thing 10 years from now, is what you understand. And I think Alec also understands from like his last fight, you know, when he went and fought Iconero and Gilcrin and did all that shit.
Yeah, Alec
Um,
fought Gilcrin. He wasn't there with Brian. No.
Gilcrin. That's right. When Alec fought Gilcrin, I don't know. I think there's a layer of awareness about like kind of there's a desperation right now for the deities. Like they we talked about it a little last week, I guess. I don't know. Prayer is very important, and they are if prayer they can't answer prayers if they don't have the energy from the souls kind of thing, and then the afterlife is completely fucked over right now. You know for a fact. Alec knows eventually he's kind of like eventually he's going to be like someone of his caliber or him himself is going to be called back again. Like this isn't over. It's just this also goes to your whole discussion of time and space. Like what happened with Gilcrin is something that kind of happened outside of time and space. Like kind of thing. So
Yeah, Alec has spent much of time in and out of both time and space. So it's like he knows how weird it can be to like make the gap. So it's like it's weird to make the gap as a normal like wizard anyway who can do it. Like
yeah.
so making it available for everybody to do is like how the fuck can you even think about doing that?
To even
How can you
place
think about making that possible for other people to do?
to even
Also the
place
consequences that places on
Yeah.
like the weave itself. Like as a wizard explicitly, like Mistra has made some specific moves in the last 2 decades to be like, okay, guys, sorry, nope.
We gotta chill on the magic, guys.
Like if the gods, if there's a huge pushback with magic, which you guys are kind of getting to that point in some ways, like
yeah,
these two
we're here,
campaigns,
basically, yeah.
like these two high campaigns we're getting into, like I don't want to say names, but the Sith are doing some interesting things.
God
They're
damn it!
changing the magic
Uh,
game.
Well-
like how long before Mistra's like, hey, God, what's the god's name?
Which one?
Like I think that'll
There's
be
so
the
many.
fall. Like
You know how little that narrows it down.
God damn it, what's his name?
Yeah, which one?
Primus.
Ah,
Mistra goes to Primus and be like, "Hey, Primus, there's like 4 guys over there. You need to go kill. Send your
God's
whatever the
assassin. Yo,
your assassin gods to go take care of a few of these
if it
guys."
takes that far and would take that in pride, like it takes this to stop me. Ha.
We're almost to that point. We're not quite to that point yet.
I mean, but
Cool.
to add on to the religious thing, like Alec would probably also definitely remember the way that Horde talked back to the gods uh during the gathering to kill Gilcrin. Like Horde was talking shit to the gods, and the gods still like just had to hold back as well.
yeah, they weren't doing anything. They're like, so it's so I
Well,
think
it's
in Manifest
obvious. Yeah,
Magic,
it's obvious the moves the gods have made to restrict the mortals have also restricted them too. Like
and they're trying to break free from that. But we're also
some of them
learning that
are. Some of them
we're
are. Yeah.
learning that we can break. We're learning on the material plane that we can break free from it and don't have to deal with that. So the gods are like, "Oh shit! Well, if
The
they
guards
can
are.
do it,
Yeah,
then
they're a
we
little
can
scared.
too."
You guys
Yeah,
are
they're freaking
gaining
out.
power without their grace. Yeah, that's
So
scary.
we
I mean,
could
that's literally
realistically
what
kill Gilmore.
Iconara did. Like
Yeah.
Iconara was just a stepping stone. He was just the first piece.
Well, the Iconero's story also like it's scary to them because no one saw it coming. Like it was one of those things that it was. I like the idea that it was such a slow build that happened in a plane that hardly anyone pays attention to in the astral plane. That by the time it actually happened, they were just like, "What?
Huh?
What just that? What?" And I love the idea that there's no such thing as omniscience from deities in this plane. Like they
So I
don't
think
know
that
everything.
Alec would just say that to Liam. He would just say, "Well, it's something that we could work on or learn how to do. But the problem is the gods they're afraid right now. The whole tension is we're all so. It is something that we could maybe do, but it'd be momentous. It would change everything. And why would we want to? But my question to you is why? Why would you want to do this?
Hmm.
What is the big motive? There is no. This will change everything that we know. Everything that everyone
Eh,
has fought towards and built on this plane.
Well, when it gets to such a grand scope, yes, that change will occur. It's all about the change in the end. Hmm. Perhaps we did a bit of broad strokes to this idea. I'll let you ruminate on it. We can always start small. Little magical item that instead of having to result in random chance, as much as I love, something that's a bit more consistent. A magical item. Or if I have a means of contacting you across the plains in order to allow you to let me come here.
Oh my god, I want to flip a coin so fucking bad. Like this is so hard. Cause um oh man. Yeah, I think he like is kind of pissed. Like he doesn't want to help you because he knows what it'll do, but he knows that if he does help you, like he could discover something crazy, you
Mhm.
know? Like
Do I have this
like
crackhead arc again?
like Alec could do it. He knows he could do it. He just like he knows that this is not a good idea right now. Like
This time might be his heroin arc.
this time might be kind of bad if we do it this
Well,
time.
I think another layer on top of this with that religion check of why that is the case, why he feels that way, is by this point, 10 years after the fact, he heard what the fuck happened in Grindstone Grain. He
Yeah.
heard that people messed with the font, one of the remaining 7 fonts, and summoned a thing from another plane on purpose or an accident, or it summoned itself, and it nearly destroyed like the equivalent of like the Bifrost, like the equivalent of like the whole means to use plane shift in the first place, kind of thing. Um, and to that point, like the material plane bar, the fonts are you have one here. You guys loosely dealt with it in the dragon plane. You loosely is the keyword. It's where you guys did your final ritual with the 9 answers. Like the tree of ghoul is one of the 7 fonts on this. Like it is a place that is supposed to be protected, but you know, mortals can manipulate divine power with it if they achieve, you know, I guess the proper level to put game terms on it, like kind of thing. So um that has happened a lot recently. Like you know, Alec has since learning that, you know, last 11 years, while you were dealing with the 9 answers, they were dealing with that at the same time. Like um and you only know 2 of the fonts, you know, they're so you're wondering if where Liam is from, is there
Well,
another font you could use, basically? Like the Animaesus lands, I think that would come up. But like the question of how do these fonts affect the other planes is quite, I think, is something that would come up to
Yeah.
Alec's mind in
Yeah, and I
some way
think the thing
capacity.
that really screws them up is like, yeah, we could do it. I wouldn't want to do it here because if I do it here and screw everything up, it's gonna ruin everything that's already on over here. But if I do it over there, I don't know what it's gonna do over there. Like, and he doesn't want to be responsible for like a disastrous event on a continent that he's not even from.
Are
He doesn't even like.
you?
doesn't,
Oh,
like-
okay.
He doesn't want to
Well,
just
I'm.
go over and start blowing shit up because he's a master wizard. But he's like, if I go, the only way to figure out how to do this is to go over there and blow shit up. Because if I blow shit up here, like everything's gonna work. I'm gonna screw everything up over here if we get it wrong. And I
But-
don't want to ruin that.
I mean, not to mention, like,
Not-
you know Horg is responsible for Akanara's ascension in the first place,
Yeah.
and you actively turned a blind eye to it.
Yeah,
And-
if I started doing shit like this, it'll look really bad.
I. Mm.
So it's like, do you do it again? Do you temper with forces beyond your
Like-
control?
I've been tampering
And-
with forces beyond my control since whatever.
Okay.
But he's worried about this.
Whether I don't. How do I explain this? I think that Nat 20 would also let you know that the other lands they had a potential font a few hundred years ago. That maybe that's something you can manipulate. There's the ruins of a tower there from some ancient deity that might be able to be used to make this an easier connection. Because supposedly this tower was something that literally fell from the sky from divine intervention. Echoing back to Animaesus campaign 1.
I have to. This
Again,
is
ruminating.
heavy.
This is not something I expect to be done in a day. It's not even
This-
something I expect to be done in a decade. But hopefully, if I ever find another Fey crossing and I come back here accidentally, perhaps we'll cross our paths again. But I'm hoping not to leave it to chance this time.
But wait. I have one more question before you leave. Then
Well, I'll answer to the best of my
Why?
ability.
are there more of you? Are you making a migration?
Hmm.
Is that the reason why we are interested in this? You spoke of returning home.
Well, there are times when I make prayers that feel impulses. Let me answer you directly. Yes, there's more of me, but I would like to think I'm rather unique in the world. Or derivative, as as he goes through as they go through different forms of people they've met in their lifetime. But with what I have seen in the continent that my allies are from, there are some world-shattering things that will have impact, whether we like it or not. The awakening of these Jovians is not something that happens once in a blue moon. They are omens. Omens for change.
But I wonder if these Jorvians are here to cause more trouble than they give.
Usually when they wake and stomp about, the primordials are playing dragon chess.
No one is better at dragon chess than I, friend.
Then I believe I
You
found the right
can
person to help me in
believe
this.
me. Ooh. I will need time to think about your proposal. I do not know how I can contact you if you want to know any information.
No problem.
Do
There
you-
are certain magics that are able to transmit to planes, though not reliable. But there is one more thing. And Liam kind of puts down the sack of 700 platinum, because he has no concept of money here. I believe something like these coins will be enough to make a scroll that can allow me to come back here.
Yes. He like looks down at the bunny. Like, I think that maybe that could be something. It's like looking at it like, huh. Yes. Yes, a scroll to return. For this cost, I will do you one better. I will give you, and he like will give him some random circle that like he could meet him at. That's not like, right. I mean, it would probably be the office circle. I imagine. He doesn't want to give you the office circle, but like maybe some sort of like secret circle or whatever. Like, yeah, if you really, really want to come back here, like there's a circle you can come back to. Or he would just give you the exact one from where you came from. Like when you got here. Like he would just give you the information on that so you can just keep coming back here if you would need to come back here for anything.
Yes, this could do nicely. One bit of caveat. My magic is very, very great, but not as great as yours. Do I need to actually do the invocations myself?
You just need to remember the circle. And he would like write it down. I think he would inscribe it on a piece of paper so that you can remember it. Like, and just give it to you. So you whenever you do the spell, you can just come back. He would say you would have to practice your magic circle ability. Do you know how to cast a magical circle?
You see this dope-eyed face of this changeling with like elf like ears. Like
I
they go
see.
wide. You don't know if he's doing it on purpose, but he just does that happy nope. But a grins ear to ear.
I see. So he would probably have to teach you how to do this. He could probably do that in I don't know how long it would take for me to teach you how to do it. But I'm sure a cost could come out of your 700 platinum. Unless you're leaving me
God,
that 700 platinum, in which case
Okay.
he will put his hand on it and take the whole thing.
Teach him the sigils or teach him.
Does he if he doesn't know the spell, teach him the spell and the sigils.
Well,
Like if he already knows the
the
spell.
second to last paragraph in the bottom says it takes 1 minute to memorize the sigils.
Yeah. So, but he would
That's
just
not an
give
issue.
him like the memorizing the sigils isn't the hard part. It's knowing the spell if you don't know it.
let alone
So,
the capability of even casting it. Liam,
yeah.
well, keep saying Liam. Jacques has no capability of casting that spell on his own.
Oh, okay. So you would have to make some sort of item to cast the spell for you, I
Mhm.
guess. Okay.
Um,
I guess if you're looking into that, like
a
I can
fifth
Alec would-
level spell scroll is expensive, but
Yeah.
Just drop 700 platinum.
You did just drop 700 platinum in my
he just
lap.
dropped 700 platinum. Okay, that is true. A fifth level. I'm gonna say for this spell, it will cost. We'll say 4,000 gold.
So was that
400 platinum.
400 platinum?
400 platinum.
So half of what you give me, yeah. So
Yeah. So just
so I
to craft
I
it,
take
yeah.
it. Yeah, I take half of it.
And
then
like this,
scroll.
like this is crafting an item.
Hmm.
I guess if
Uh,
his user tower didn't have one already on hand.
that's an idea. Roll a luck check, good sir.
Oh geez.
I mean, you'll still get the money either way.
You've used this spell quite a few times, so
Yeah.
guess what, good sir?
Yeah.
You have one of these on hand, so it's really
No
whether
way.
Alec wants to be honest and
No, hell no.
say
What the fuck? No, definitely not. Definitely not. Have I ever known this man to not take money from a stranger?
Because to be clear, to craft this item from scratch. Okay, to craft this item from scratch, if you don't do any rolls and you just take your sweet time doing it, this is why I'm bad at math. It would take you the equivalent of what does it say? So it would take you a few weeks.
If I just did it like full
Mhm.
stop.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not
I
like
think-
if you
I
did
think
if you
that's
did this
perfect.
if you did this nonstop in my world, this would take you at least 5 weeks of just about 50 days.
Okay, so I think Alec would for sure be like, yeah, I could do this in a couple of days for you, but then he would just take all your money and then just give you what he already had. Like, so he would just like, yeah, it would take it. It's like, and for the cost of me doing it and all this stuff, and yeah, for sure. He would
Perfect,
just be like,
perfect.
yeah,
I love it.
this 22 charisma motherfucker would be like, yeah, for sure. If you're gonna hand a half dragon money, bro, he's gonna take it. He's gonna find a way to take it.
Damn.
Fate don't often deal in coin.
He's the only charismatic motherfucker to rival Eros.
He's the only one
Um,
that cares more about coin than Conundra.
Okay. I'm going to add as something that you would find out after you've made this deal with Liam, like the day later. That nat one is there. Um,
Oh,
Oh.
God damn.
Downtime activities have a 10% chance to accrue a complication.
Oh shit.
So,
oh
uh,
yeah.
um, so, um, the
Is Big K watching?
complication that I want to add into this is it doesn't make sense for for this to be as much from Liam's point of view and the others, which I wish it was in some ways. But hey, you guys traveled halfway across the world. Uh,
Yeah.
but nevertheless, the elves, in some way, shape, or form, are going to find out that you are selling teleportation circles to foreigners to deal in trades with. Yeah, rumors are going to spread about it. Like the
Ooh.
idea of what you're trading is what is up for grabs. Like, and
Is
Oh,
there a
Sarah.
way that I can play this off to where it's like he works with Milo and works with Wave Mart and stuff, so he already like that's why I'm giving it to him. Like he didn't have the
And
transportation for any of that, but he came in and
and
bartered for it.
since it was just like quote unquote Liam and Alec and Horgonaut, again, Liam can take many different forms as he's exposed that to Alec.
yeah. So the issue isn't necessarily
They don't have proof.
Liam. They don't have proof of what is going on, but they have someone watched you meet with a random person, whoever Liam was that day. When you were handing off this scroll, and someone else heard about the conversation enough to know that you're giving someone a power like teleportation circle is extremely powerful. So
Yeah.
giving you access to a very powerful conjuration spell. So whatever that is, like you can mitigate it, yes, with the idea that it's wavelers or whatnot, but that's not going to change the fact
Like that I did
that
it anyway.
that you traded with someone that no one knows who it is, and that you're dealing with trades. The teleportation circle implies long distance trade outside of the area, kind of thing. So
Yeah, I'm showing the elves that I'm open to
yeah,
international trade.
which the elves are not.
Yeah, they don't like that.
These elves especially are very isolationists,
But
and
I think
Australia?
from
Question mark?
No.
Not
these
that
are
maybe
the
not that I
these
think they made it
are
public.
these are contemporaries of Elster. Like
I think the
when else is Elstra? Imagine Australia as the nucleus of like 1,000 years ago, and these guys are part of like the electrons that spread this far.
Damn.
From this idea. Like there is an essence and radiation of that culture, but it's been mitigated significantly because of the great. To the point I'm trying to get to, Boon P has been in constant political hoopla with Australia recently,
Yeah.
because of what they're calling a war. You are skeptical, and so is Boom P is skeptical if it's actually a war. And they've ordered through Boom P and Farinor, ordered I guess is the wrong word, but whatever, they airships and things. Like they're getting warships and stuff.
Well, if they were doing that, then I would probably be pretty pissed about that.
Yeah.
Like, what are you guys
I was
doing
gonna say,
over
how
there?
public is that knowledge? Because
Yeah,
if
how
they even keep
public
on the
is that?
raps, then that's like, okay, both
It's
sides are
okay.
being.
This
Yeah.
is the equivalent of like you hear about things that are happening 1,000 miles to the south of you.
Yeah.
Like it's stuff that Boone P is loosely hearing about and like trying to deal with on her end. As you know, I imagine she's basically saying yes and no at the same time to these people. Because Boone P, unlike Farinor and even her father, they would have just given the items kind of to it. So I've created some Boone. You guys having Boone P actually like sit on the throne has created some frictions with the Elven Empire. To be
Yeah,
fair,
they don't like
Fuck
that
them.
very much either. Yeah.
what's left of the Elven Empire, I should say.
It probably doesn't
Um,
look very good on our family if I'm
No.
trading internationally now with other people that are not
Yeah, like you,
elves.
it looks like you're going behind her back, even
Is
though
it
that's not.
international if I'm from a different plane?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's
And
interplanal.
it's actually worse
That's
if people
interplanal
figure out I'm
then.
from a different plane.
It's
Even
still
worse.
international. There's still nations on other planes.
Because if people figure out that it's interplanar as well as international, like now the gods are gonna
Well,
start
that's
contacting
what
me and being
freaks
like,
people out.
"Yo,
Interplanar stuff because of what's happened with the dragons and because of the rumors of Grindstone and because of the rumors to the west with the Fugue plane opening up in the Human Empire. Like interplanar stuff makes people very uncomfortable in the
But I
last 10
think
years.
Alec would want to bring up
Yeah.
to everybody though on this continent, like even Feanor. I think he would feel the need to probably tell Feanor and the elves and the dwarves and pretty much everybody in this area that like, yo, yeah, that guy that approached me, like I did give him a teleportation circle, but here's the fucking reason why. Like he would be like, he's talking about transporting through the plains. Like we need to figure out what the fuck is going on with that. Because he'd be like, that is bad. If I got people coming to me asking me if I can make magical circles through the plains, like that's a problem. He'd be really open with that, I think. Like politically, it'd be like, hey, I'm getting approached by other people from other continents about this, and this is kind of scary. So we need to like figure out what's going on with that pretty quick.
We're
But-
talking about one of my ideas for the next campaign. Is what we're talking
Yeah.
about.
Mhm.
And one of my ideas for next campaign is you guys are crazy high level, whatever, and you guys are literally jumping planes, like you're planeswalkers, like dealing with
Oops.
whatever shit's going on. Uh, like dealing with all the consequences of what's happened and trying to figure out some of that stuff. I haven't fully solidified that idea,
Yeah.
but
Well, before we move on to whatever, um, I want to say that at the end of that conversation, as Liam leaves the office, he's going to
Yeah, Alec would
feel
just put his fucking head in his hands, like, oh my god, like,
Liam is going to feel. I don't know if Liam has blind sense or not, but he's definitely going to feel the tip of the silencer underneath his jaw, lightly pressing into it, and is going to hear in his ear, "If I ever catch wind of you impersonating Alec again, you won't even hear the sound of your death. That's a promise." And then the tip is going to disappear, and you'll find no trace of Org.
goddamn
I get.
changelings, man.
I mean, I could make the inference. Huh. Guess he is a bodyguard after all. As I would turn back into Liam.
Hogue would just be like walking into Alex's office like, "I'm not a fucking bodyguard. I'm a goddamn
trust
bro
him."
guard. I'm a fucking bro guard. God damn
A
it.
bro guard.
Bro guard.
I don't trust him.
Oh goodness.
I
Oh
don't
goodness.
trust him.
Hey, bro tactics is evolving.
Bro tactics are evolving. Horganow's becoming a man. Let's go.
Okay.
Congratulations, Alec. You have another one of my PCs that are now hanging around in these lands. That was at the third.
Motherfuck. Yeah, like the third or fourth.
God damn it.
I think this is where I send my PCs to retire.
Dude, this is where I'm
Uh,
gonna send all of my PCs to retire. Honestly,
Yeah.
like this is where you get rich at out here. Apparently,
You just get fucking rich as shit.
I just got
Uh,
like 700 platinum to make a scroll. That's insane.
Horg would also say to you, Alec, I think I'm going to go to that continent for a little while. Sounds like fun. Especially because there's something I need to see to now.
Mm. Just don't get caught.
Who do you think you're saying that to?
Mm. I am worried that this will go very badly for many people.
Come on! What's the death of a few dwarves gonna do? As well as the planes being aligned in such a way to cause them to be permanently aligned.
I'm not worried about the war. That's the scariest part. The scariest part is that I want to find out how to travel between the planes.
Why not? Let's do it.
Why
Those
not?
bitch
I
ass
can't-
gods can't stop us.
I can't. They can.
I'd like to see him fucking try.
Where is Wildebrand? Is he crying? Are you still crying? I send out to him. Like
Your mental connection, he is somewhere in one of his mountain caves. Moping.
pouting. Are you still crying in there? What are you doing?
Shut up.
Oh, I know what I forgot. One thing I would give you is
come.
ascending. One thing Jock would give you is ascending stone.
Oh, ascending stone. Yes, a way to contact me. And then I go like check on everyone else. Like, what is everybody doing? I guess I would see everybody off when they finally decide to leave.
Okay.
I don't know how long they stay here for, but
3 days.
3 days. Yeah, I mean, so in 3 days I get that scroll to you and all that stuff.
Nice.
It was so tiring making that scroll. It's just I couldn't get
Yes.
any sleep at all.
No, I play it off like a master wizard, bro. Like, oh no, it's no big deal. I've made many a teleportation circle scroll. It's fine. I've gotten very good at practicing it. Just- Red Dragon,
Yep.
man. Sorry, bro. I'm gonna take
Hey,
your
hey,
money.
hey, 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 hey. All of this was on purpose.
Red Dragon, bro. Take your money.
If he even meets Brimstone and Icon, I wonder how big would the greed be in that room.
So much greed.
Remember, you're like an iridescent red dragon though. Not even like a
Yeah.
normal red dragon.
It feels like it's nature to take people's money.
Alec locked into the ancient powers of the Bahamut and Tiamat's mother,
Yeah.
and was able to become a pure fire drake. Pure
I
fire
feel
drake
it.
after. But that's only possible because literally the heart was from like the ancient mother offspring. So the red mother's offspring. Like second generation. Kind of stuff. So you guys bring them back to that atrium, to that circle. They have bags of holding that they didn't have before. They have coin and stuff that they've spent and not spent. I think the only one that physically probably looks different is Strike. With his. Would you like to describe what your Eldritch tattoo looks like and where it is on your body?
Haven't really thought about it too much, but I want to say the tattoo would have appeared on his chest, and it kind of looks like tribal tattoos, like two big arms, even bigger claws extending up to his actual arms and claws, and making him appear just that little bit more menacing.
Oh wow. Where'd you get that?
I bought it at a shop.
How's
And
it?
the oddest
Nice.
thing is the tattoo looks like it's been there for years. It doesn't look like it's new.
How's it covering your fur? It's literally crossing your fur.
It's
Mhm.
magical. Don't question it.
I like to think your fur like grew itself to help create the tattoo.
That's pretty cool image. Yeah.
So, and then he has these wraps that go around his wrist and kind of like boxing wraps. That's what these are. Like they kind of wrap around your hand just to help stabilize your hand.
The gods are
That-
about to catch these hands.
Well, I imagine
Yeah.
Sarek and the others say their goodbyes. And does anyone else want to do any goodbyes for now? And I imagine also, how do you want to narrate Horgonoth joining? I guess if he joins in this capacity.
Well, yeah. So I guess it would just be Horde would just walk up to Eros as they're all preparing to set off in the atrium and say, "Well, consider my interest piqued. I want to come help you kill dwarves, and also keep an eye on you for our deal. That sound reasonable?" Oh yeah, sure, cool. That sounds cool. Got no problem with that. You guys got a problem with this demon child coming with us? I'm not really a demon child, not anymore.
Well, I mean, I have my concepts with demons already, but we have a Sarek and we have your dad who've been consulting with demons already. And I didn't know you made a deal. You have a contract. I'll
Hey,
make sure you're getting.
hey, I'm not like my fucking bullshit ass dad, okay? I don't make contracts, okay? It's just deals, verbal agreements with threats of violence behind them. But
What?
no paperwork, ever.
All right, so a paperless contract.
Yeah, it's called, honoring my word.
Yeah, a contract.
Whatever. Well, no one has to worry about feeding me. I can hunt for myself, and no one has to worry about keeping me safe. I could probably kill all of you if I wanted. I won't. Just kidding. Or am I? Probably not.
Unless.
No, I like the cut of his jib. He'll fit in just fine. Come on, let's go. Cool. Bye, Alec. By the way, I left a giant pile of shit on your desk this morning. So.
I figured as much. I have not been up there today. That's alright.
Bye, Dr. Wizard.
Goodbye, Liam. And goodbye to you, Eros and Strike. Thank you for teaching my dragon a lesson. I believe he is still moping somewhere in the mountains.
It's been days.
Yes, he is
You
very
were?
upset.
You were kind of mean, Strike.
Why was I mean? I didn't attack first.
You raged first.
No,
No, I just looked at him menacingly.
he will get over it. He is a dragon. He has plenty of time to hold a grudge.
What? 20 years later, he finds Strike on another continent and ambushes him.
Yeah, he has plenty of time to hold a grudge.
No, not 20 years later. 80 years later. When he's an adult
nice and
dragon.
weak.
When he's a white dragon, he doesn't have shame. So, uh,
He'll get over it, but if there is any requirements that you need from me again, you can always feel free to give me a call.
Well, I'll bring back a souvenir, Alec. I'll see you later.
Mm-hmm. In due time. And then he would like send them off and just go ruminate on some bullshit that I once again have been put into.
That man will never retire.
He's gonna retire when he's finally like dead.
Exactly. I'll retire.
Not even
when I'm
that.
fucking
I'm gonna make you
dead.
the emperor of humankind.
And then I don't even think that's gonna. And I don't even think that's gonna happen because I'm gonna instantly come back as a zombie. He's gonna be like, "You're a lich now." I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, you're emperor of humankind. Put you on the throne. We'll call you the corpse emperor.
The
Good
corpse emperor. Oh man, I have a funny thing about that after this session.
Nah, we all know he's gonna be the real.
Not to real. Returning. But yeah,
okay.
another day in the Dragonlands.
Another day, another bell. All right, so you teleport back to Lapid Lands, in the Animaesus world, and I imagine there probably had to be some sort of communication with like Althea or even the Queen to ensure the circle is still there when you return. Because I
mean-
don't know if
That's easy.
yeah. But nevertheless, getting back the to after 3 days time, the catapults are making some good progress. Fedri and Rogar and their own warriors are training as many of the, I guess, willing commoners as possible in this aspect of, where to be and how to move and what things you could kind of be aware of in a big ass battle that is like this one impending. And Trillo probably very much involved in some of those things as well. The During this 3 days, the only narrative thing that I would like to make mention of that is just beyond what I've already said is the Testudine Ninui, the walker. He left yesterday to travel south, and he hasn't heard from his compatriots in a few days. It's been almost 7 days actually since he's heard from them. And his compatriots were the ones that were attempting. It has been a few sessions since we talked about this, but they were attempting these walkers to parlay with the dwarves. And then you guys told them to kind of like let the dragons kind of come at them, and no one's heard anything from Alitz and his group of walkers that were part of that. So Nunui's going to check up on those things. Apparently. I'm bringing you to this map, so
Whoa.
Look at those
Um,
pitchforks.
yeah, you can, like, I guess a loose, I guess this map can serve for narrative point of view as like the camp, the war camp and kind of things that are going on. I think in some ways, but it's also so gonna be serving as I prepare for this as kind of, I don't know, a place for me to keep all the things that are loosely being stacked onto the um and also give you guys an opportunity to manipulate some of these things, place some of these things. How do you guys want these things to work out? Kind of stuff. You guys, I'm going to say now, and this may be added to or modified a little bit between now and next week, but at least as of now and the prep I've done, um, the landscape and like the how the Jorvians may approach, um, you guys know there's 3 kind of areas around the haven that you should focus on, to kind of reinforce and whatnot, so to speak. We have in simplest terms, the western kind of front, which is more than like the most likely the way they're going to approach. Is kind of a west by southwest kind of situation.
We could
You've
turn
got
the barracks into landmines. Maybe if we have
yeah. Let me
boxes
finish.
boarding with fireball in them.
Let me finish, please.
Okay.
And then there's the opposite of that, the eastern side. You guys would bring that up because you guys are aware they have at least one flying Jorvian. So the idea of them getting behind your lines and flanking you is a definite real possibility. In kind of that capacity. So there is discussion about reinforcing the back, the other side of the city in case things happen in that capacity. The other one is heading straight south, and maybe they might approach from the south. At least they're larger numbers, kind of thing. So the western one eventually would connect to like defending the city itself, like its main entrance that the doors are coming to. Like the eastern one's more like a back door kind of thing. What do you guys want to do about back door entrances and stuff like that? And then the other one is the southern kind of approach is it won't line them up with a main gate, but it would give them access to some of the sunroof things that you guys have seen and some of the imagery I've given you. It would give them an easier mode to get to that, like how on this map, there's certain parts that open up to the area kind of above, right? So same thing with the king's room and things like that. So those would be the main things to kind of think on, I guess, and some of the things that have come to mind since I've done some prep since last week. So one of my questions is, as we went to the wrong one, as we look at this map, is how close to the city do you guys want to set up things? Like, how much of a buffer do you want to give before they come to the city proper, if that's the case? How much scouting do you guys do in the next few days to see these things and try to answer some of these things? And where do you want to set them up? How do you want to set up these things? Like, I put some of these pieces on the map, like, something to kind of represent the tunnel, something to represent a pit, something to represent hills and things you can dig out and build and stuff. Like, is there a specific way you want to set those up, or are you just going to let me just copy and paste as I see fit? Like, yet again, as we started this session, you guys have a lot of narrative control over this bit. So I want to make sure you guys give the opportunity to really think on how this is going to be, because I just want to reiterate again, what do you see on the screen here is about how many Lapids you have versus about 2,000 dwarves. You are significantly outnumbered. So how do you guys want to play that is kind of key, I think. So I would like to have a brief discussion. I know it's getting kind of late now, so we got wrapped up in some good role play. So I'd like to have a brief discussion before we go to give me some answers to what to prep for. Yeah.
I mean, the biggest thing is we don't want to fight them in a very large open field, and we want to conserve the Lapid forces as much as possible. We would rather that they only engage in very narrow, cramped areas, and that for the wide open field, uh, we have pitfalls that basically funnel the dwarves into one central location, and tunnels that we can utilize to I mean, I would prefer us all to just stand our ground in one area, obviously defending each of the three different paths of entrance, but to stand our ground closer
Well,
together. But
yeah.
if we
And
wanted to use tunnels for anyone, then the tunnels would be more for flanking opportunity, if anything.
We could Zergrush them.
Zergrush, 2,000 dwarves with maybe a few hundred lapid.
Hey, if they're hiding in the tunnels and just rush out, then they're never gonna see it together.
Nah, man, I mean Protoss.
The quality outweighs the quantity, bro. We'll just bust out the Hellbats. No problem.
This does make me big to say. This does make me want to say you have mostly commoners, where
Yeah.
the dwarves are trained soldiers.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to use our forces like that. Like we are the main squadron.
Like, yeah.
The Lapid are literally just are supposed to be they're the main hit. When it comes to any fighting, they should just be doing hit and run in small corridors and narrowed off passageways. They don't want they should not be fighting on an open battlefield. The open battlefield is where we use the catapults to thin their numbers as much as we can with our 18 powder kegs. Right. And they'll probably have torches on them. I mean, depending on when they engage, and even if they don't, we have war crimes as well to blow that shit to high heavens. So we let them come to us, and we batter them with the catapults first, and any other long range techniques that we have. But and then they get trapped in the pitfalls as well to slow them down, and it should help narrow them into essentially, even if it's in an open field, even we just make an artificial corridor that will allow us to deal with them. And we certainly should have Cash guarding one entrance and Kelria guarding another. And then one last person, one either one or two people guarding the final entrance potential, and from there it's just essentially we're just using the tunnels and pitfalls are more of a stalling tactic, if anything else. Like, and that's just how we have to fight this. Like, this is not a strike, jump into the middle of them, fight. Like, you will die. Like,
Yeah,
you're strong.
unfortunately.
You're strong, but you will not survive that.
He will kill many dwarves in the process.
Many will
He
die.
would.
Many will
He
die,
will.
but so will he.
But yeah, like my brain is like that's one of those situations. I was thinking about that earlier. Like you guys would probably kill 100 dwarves before you died, but yeah, you would eventually die.
So if we can take out like a few squadrons with the catapults, and then we limit their access in each of the entrances so that we can just pick them off as they're approaching, we should have a
Okay.
better attempt at this.
So
I could be best suited to guard one of the entrances.
okay, so you guys, at least with you two implying, the party is splitting up a little bit.
I mean, we basically the commanders of this, so we're this far stronger than like groups that these Lapids put together. So
That's true.
So we're going to have to like the catapults should just be on the main battlefront.
Okay.
Because the dwarves, the odds of them using flank tactics, uh, that's a bit strange for a dwarf to do, especially since they're such a domineering army and they probably more than likely think very little of the Animaesus and their fighting tactics, especially because the walkers are trying
Okay.
to cozy up to them, right? So
You are not wrong with that, but there is part of that I'm considering as a DM that I would like to remind the group of. You took Kelrir
yeah,
from them. That changed the game. That changed their mindset significantly on what's on the battlefield. Like and before Kelrir, they assumed they were fighting, a group of militia. Now that Kelrir is taken, there is an assumption, to be sure, that I'm playing with, that they know something more powerful is out there. To be able to do that is intense for them because they didn't expect that to happen at all.
well, yeah, I was definitely going to bring up the because you mentioned it already that the eagle could possibly flank us as well. I'm just saying like a major flank. I'm not really seeing happening. A minor flank,
No.
sure. That's why I also still would rather us being split off, and Eros can just link us all together before the battle even starts. So that way, if something isn't going on in one part of the field, they can immediately just join for reinforcements. So
Yeah.
like we're split apart physically, but we're still connected together because Eros.
Okay. All right, that answers one of my questions and answers the second question, the third question. In some ways, starts to get answers to that. Does anyone disagree or want to add anything to that?
Oh, sounds good to me.
Like,
Hey, I'm here
so
for the
we're
ride.
we're thinking about
But
just putting them
oh,
up
go ahead.
on. I said we're just thinking about putting the catapults up, and then what? Everybody just hides in trenches, and they just jump up and stab things if they need to.
Sounds like phase one is
Is bombard
catapults.
with catapults? Yes.
Phase two is once the catapults
Once we're out of
are no
the
longer
yeah,
like catapults don't work, like they can't fire on things within 60 feet of them. So like once they get too close, like then it's
Our
like it
magic
sounds to
can
me like you
really
guys are
yeah.
relying on them only seeing catapults to kind of draw them in to the catapults almost as bait as the catapults bombard, and then you guys have tunnels and pits set up to once the dwarves are close enough, you guys can pop out, flank them, then use the tunnels once you guys start to get overwhelmed to retreat a little bit, and then stage three sounds like making sure the gates and entrances are, I guess, reinforced enough to where you can funnel them in with your own capabilities and other tunnels and stuff to basically, as you guys mentioned last week, treat it like 300, where you're only having to face a handful out of a time instead of 100 at a time.
yeah, like because the catapults, since we only have the 12 powder kegs, that's going to be like the main bombardment. It might sow some discord and chaos in the army. Even if it doesn't, even if they do maintain and even rally a little bit, we'll still have like backup, like makeshift shit that we can launch. But once the catapults are useless, it's kind of just abandon them at that point. And yeah, the we can use the tunnels as we need to for hit and run tactics from the Lapid, and we use the pitfalls to trap the dwarves and just limit their movement so they can't just go wherever they want.
Okay. I have an idea of that. My two clarify my idea of what I was going to say last time, like, I have no intention of making this like one long battle that you guys play through. My intention is to have multiple like vignettes, multiple little encounters that all equal what this battle of this war is.
Oh, yeah.
And basically, why I'm bringing up the idea of splitting the party was eventually what I was going to get to, because like wherever you guys aren't, you guys don't have control over, right? Like you guys are the commanders and you can give them orders, but like you're not there to make the actions that players can make to ensure things that happen. So like wherever you guys don't go on the battlefield is literally going to be a D100 roll. And that's what's going to happen, kind of thing, and kind of to see how well they do. And if you guys have had success in your encounters, then the D100 roll will be higher in your guys' favor for things working out in your favor on the other sides of the battlefield, kind of thing. But it's interesting. Interesting the thought process of thinking about just like how much you guys are outnumbered. Like there's kind of a clinch there. But I have to remind myself that at the same time, you guys are tier 4, so there's quite a bit you guys can do with those things. So, nevertheless, my one question that hasn't been really answered yet is how, and I guess, are you going scouting, and how are you going to scout for the dwarves?
Well, I was literally thinking I was gonna have Porg, as soon as like he exited the portal, would say, so I'm gonna go piss off for a while, and I'm gonna go scout things out. So I'll leave you to whatever the hell you're doing. I need to know where I'm fighting and how this place lays out. So Porg is scouting.
Strike would also go scouting. He's fast, got a damn good perception, so he's pretty well suited for the job.
And how did training the locals come along to like fight stuff? Like what kind of weapon? They're only messing with like basic stuff, not like plated armor, but like
Pitchforks, bro.
will they like kill stuff? Like are they better
They
at
will
killing
most
stuff?
certainly try. Most of them.
Yeah.
Well, all of them will have the intent to try to kill their enemies, but
I
some are more equipped at doing it than others.
But did we train them very well to do it? Like
Who knows? We'll see how it ends up. I mean, the hopeful idea is like a dwarf, like no armor can defend against everything, right?
right.
And there's no way they're supplying 2,000 dwarves all with absolute top tier magical equipment. So
Yeah.
even a
They all get armor of invulnerability.
shit.
It's like they haven't met
They all have
Keyword.
armor of invulnerability.
We're gonna need a lot of
And the-
dispel magics for that. But like even a swarm of rats can be lethal, right? If you're not
Yeah.
careful. So it's just the same mentality.
Yeah. So there's also, there aren't, there's there's the things that you should consider, that there are going to be named dwarves that have their own special abilities and things like that. They're leaders, and there's going to be, you guys know you're going to have to deal with at least one Jorvian, at least one primordial construct.
I assume there's going to be four. Four
No,
of them.
we stole one.
You stole one, yes. They have
At least one. Maybe
you
two.
have
They have at
they-
least one.
Yeah.
at least one. You guys, player knowledge versus character knowledge is slightly different. At this point, character knowledge, you guys know they have the eagle,
They haven't
and that's what they know, and that's what you know. You assume there's more because of the evidence you've seen of the Ruby platform things that you guys have dealt with. Player knowledge, I've explained this to you in a few sessions back. They have 1, 2, 3, 4,
I was
5.
going to say question from the
And-
interrogation of Des and what we saw.
Oh,
I thought,
yeah.
because the city, they know at least one, definitely. But
Mhm.
us here,
You guys know they have, if you don't include Kellerir, they have 6.
But will they think to use 6 on us is what
No.
we have to think about.
You guys assume that they don't think you're worthy enough to do that.
Probably just be like
Like,
1, maybe
because
2.
you guys, in the imagery you saw with Deaths and the other things you've seen, like just to bring up the one that's one of the imagery that one of the ones that really stuck out to some people is, especially to me when I was describing it, is the snake one. Is like, you guys know from what Deaths understands from that, the snake one is, you don't want to fight that. You don't. Like, that is a very powerful construct. So, like, some of these, I'm going to be blunt, some of these are much higher than grade 1 because they've had years and 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 years to kind of become what they are. So, but nevertheless, okay. This gives me some ideas. So to help with that, we're gonna have, so Horgonoth and Strike are gonna start doing some scouting. I'm gonna use your guys' passive stealth checks because it's not, your active stealth isn't as important as their chance to see you. Is more of a worrisome thing to me. So I will compare those things out of town. I don't think there's going to be any issue with that on the whole. Most of the time, I don't make NPCs that have stupid high perceptions, passive perceptions, most of the time. Just because I don't think that's a norm in the world, to be sure. There are a few out there, I think, that have some of those things. Nevertheless, if you guys would like to roll an active stealth check, you're more than welcome to help with that. While you guys still have inspiration and stuff to do so. Nevertheless, with that idea, I think this would be a good place to kind of pause for now.
Yeah.
And well, I guess my only other question is, do you guys, because if not, I will be as sensical as it makes sense for the Lapid people, but I'm gonna, I believe collaboration is where the best ideas really come from. Do you guys have any particular preference on how the tunnels and things are laid out? Do you guys want to like draw anything out or sketch anything out or explain anything to me, or you're just like, we want pitfalls that lead them to tunnels? Like that's the extent of what I got, and I can visualize that and put that together, kind of thing, as best as I can. But I'm curious if you guys had something that you wanted to put in there to ensure success, ensure what you want actually happens.
It's hard to say, at least for me, from my perspective, because it all depends on how the map's gonna look like. Again, I'm here for the ride and the battle. I would say the only thing, because I'm a rogue, like the idea of those corners and those concepts of little nooks and crannies that can allow people to hide and do hit and run tactics. When we do our little vignettes. Other than that, whether I'm underground or up in the surface, it don't matter where the holes are.
I mean, I would say like if basically I'm gonna like draw like say these are the 3 entrances, then and then like say we'd want like a pathway like that, and this, and that's kind of how we want the dwarves to move and position. So we'd have things like blocked off here, 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 and here. So essentially, it's just narrow them down as much as possible.
Yeah,
That they're just moving in a
yeah.
line. And then if we
My
want,
brain,
we could then like hit them on the sides if we need.
yeah, my brain was thinking something similar, so that's good. My brain is also thinking of like basically like each one of these, if not more than one part of it. It depends on how my brain puts this together. Because each one of these entrances is a battle at the very least.
Yeah.
Is like its own area because the city in and of itself is just too large to like include all on one map, and that's not how I want to run that game. Like we did that with the Battle of Dobby, and that was cool. I don't want to do that again. Kind of stuff like that. That was just way too much dice for my brain. Kind of thing. So, okay, okay,
Yeah. I like
all right.
that. My brain was like, I was thinking we layer like multiple lines of stuff. Like it would be like, so we have the entrance going in this way, right? And then
Yeah.
we just line like this would be a tunnel, like this would be a tunnel, like this could be a tunnel, this could be a tunnel. So like no, like we can put a bunch of stuff in like places like here, like if we're putting a bunch of pitfalls up in here and stuff, like we're all under here. We just jump up behind them. And it's like, now we kill them all, and then we just jump back in the tunnel. And if we have to go farther this way, we can. If we have to go this way, we can. So maybe, like, just digging out, like, tunnels to where we can all kind of spring up on them, too, and kind of move around our own pitfalls, really. Like, to and from. Was how I
The
was thinking.
conversation these last 2 weeks about the tunnels. I checked the Lapid last week, and I was like, Lapid don't have a burrowing speed. Changing that.
They should. I don't know why they don't.
Like, because I'm thinking on it. Everything I know about rabbits. Rabbits are excellent diggers. Like they're
Yeah.
very good at it. So it does make sense. They're not as good as a badger by any means.
Yeah,
but-
Or
strike
a
and-
demon.
and a turtle, or a demon.
or a demon, or a turtle, yeah, or or the Zorn. Like the Zorn's
Or
gonna
the
beat all
Zorn.
of you.
Yeah.
Because the Zorn literally can just travel through the earth. It doesn't even have to make tunnels.
It
Kind
just
of
do
thing.
land.
But I like
It
the
ju-
idea of like closing this in so that it's kind of just like
Yeah.
you
But
can't
then,
come
like,
in here,
and the
and then
big
just going like tunnels around it so we can.
Okay.
fly
and the
I-
good
I-
thing is, of course, that our main hitters who can like take a punch, they're going to be at the front to draw their attention, right? So
Yeah. Um,
Riddle, we got
Fedri-
a walk cut out for us.
Fedri is definitely going to be one of those people I see. As well. Fedri is a level 20 fighter. Like she can kick some own some shit.
Yes.
Um,
Level
so
20 fighter.
yeah, she's pretty strong. So she definitely could be one of those people and would volunteer herself to be. Even if no one brought it up. It's kind of my point.